There's some changes to TikTok, right? We know that the new community guidelines violations our community guidelines went into effect over the weekend, and they've changed their subscription model. It's kind of difficult to navigate, but from what I can understand, the minimum amount now is $10. I would never ask you guys to do that on the monthly basis, unless you want to, of course. The easiest way to support the channel, if you appreciate what we do around here every single day, the time we put in and the information that we provide, the best way to do that is through the various things. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, they're all at Factsstillmatter. So thank you very much. And if you want me to read something, just mention it in the note and I'll be happy to share that with you. Tapping is clapping, liking is loving, sharing is caring. We appreciate you. Don't forget about our Discord. You can join the Discord. The link is in my bio. Feel free to head on over there. Just go through the verification process and we'll invite you to the party. All kinds of shenanigans happen in our Discord. It's a great spot to be. We also talk about most of the information that we discuss on the show ends up in either the live sources section or the general chat. And that's where we share a lot of the information. So again, thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. The topics, well, first, a programming note. I have to take a little break today around 10 o'clock to do some capitalism, but I'm planning on coming back around 10:45. So if you want to hang with us, that'd be fantastic. We will be back, like I said, around 10:45. So taking a break at 10 Eastern time and then be back around 10:45. Just wanted to kind of give you a heads up. So thank you again for being here. The topic today I wanted to get into is like, are we the company we keep? And I think what we're seeing is some really interesting responses to the events of last week. The obvious to me is that the right, in particular, the Trump administration and the sycophantic followers that are in it are so desperate to avoid looking in the mirror, are so desperate to accept the reality that the overwhelming incidences of political violence and just in violence in general comes from the right in our country. They're unwilling to see it. So they're attempting to try to do anything and everything to avert your gaze. They can't look themselves in the mirror. They can't accept it. The reason, and I was over the weekend, as I'm wont to do, I'll spend some time in right-wing spaces, so you don't have to. You're welcome. When the topic of Charlie Kirk comes up, people just don't believe that he's racist. That's because they're racist. No sane person, no reasonable person, no practical person can ever listen to this statement from Charlie Kirk. Black women do not have the processing power to be taken seriously. You have to go steal a white person's slot. Or the civil rights movement was a waste. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in 1960s. Or we need armed militias to prevent the diminishing and decreasing of white demographics. Or if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. The problem with people, again, the company that we keep, the people that circle in these circles and swim in these toxic waters don't believe that those things are racist. So of course, when we say, he's a tried and true racist, they're like, no, he's not. And we talked about the white fragility prayer last week about how the proximity to, in an attempt to say, just because you think it's racist doesn't mean that it is. No one with a reasonable brain could ever hear statements like that and consider otherwise. Because people like that wouldn't walk onto a plane and say, if I see a white pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Of course not. Of course not. So when you're swimming in these circles, when you're saying horrible things about the trans community, you don't think they're horrible things, because the people who are in those waters in support of his statements or any other statements are transphobic. When you say diminishing things, when you say diminishing things about marginalized communities, you don't see them as problematic because you're probably a racist or a bigot, transphobe, misogynist, part of the patriarchy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's like this clear divide now that's been created that no matter what the reality is, we know this, no matter what the reality is, the right, the pro-life, pro-family, pro-morality party will do anything and everything they can to deflect. A lot of the target, we're going to get into some specifics, and we'll do the show in segments today. As I mentioned, we'll take a little break around 10 and come back around 10:45, and we're going to get into the groyper conversation. Do you want to talk about a rabbit hole? For those of you who don't know what groypers are, we'll get into it, but just as on the surface, it's a far-right community. It's even further right than MAGA. In fact, groypers don't think that MAGA is extreme enough. It's just, they don't think it's extreme enough. I don't know. People keep saying Chorus. I'm not affiliated with Chorus in any way, but thanks. I appreciate the compliment. People don't understand. I shouldn't say they're unwilling to accept their extreme tendencies. They're just willing to accept it. So there is, again, we, as a commitment that we've made in this space, we only report on what we know. What we know is that there are some significant links that are reported by a wide variety of news agencies about Mr. Robinson's connections to the groyper community. We know that. We have no legitimate resources and sources that connect Mr. Robinson to trans ideology and far left radicalism. And we know that because of retractions that publications over the weekend and at the tail end of last week published and then had to retract it. And people I see in right-wing spaces say, oh yeah, had a trans boyfriend from the FBI. The only source of that, those just ridiculous, bigoted, transphobic, horrible statements are the Pam Bondi, Kash Patel FBI. So this is where we're at, right? The right is unwilling to accept. The same people that celebrated, don't forget, Donald Trump's son, I think it was Don Jr., created a Halloween mask after Paul Pelosi was savagely beaten in his home that involved a hammer and a pair of underwear. And the right cheered that on. They didn't think that was violent. And that's the problem. You don't think something is racist because you're probably a racist. You don't think something is bigoted because you're probably a bigot. You don't think saying diminishing things about women or any marginalized communities is bad because you don't value those communities at all. And I think this goes a little bit deeper. I think this comes into conversations about policy changes that we'd like to see. Like, I think people on the right don't want universal health care, for example, because they don't feel that all people deserve it in our country. Their argument is, I've worked. Why should lazy, marginalized people get it? So everything becomes these massive dog whistles. They equate equity with losing their privilege. They equate equality with, I'm going to get mine. Why should they get theirs? I don't know how we get out of that cycle, quite frankly. I really don't. Because everything is a target in an attempt to justify their own internal hatred. So we're going to talk about that a lot today. But just as a reminder, again, the things that Charlie Kirk has said, black women do not have the processing power to be taken seriously. You have to go steal a white person's slot. I can't stand the word empathy. I think empathy is a made-up new age term, and it does a lot of damage. The right now expecting empathy over Charlie Kirk's death. Where was their empathy when George Floyd was savagely beaten, or when Paul Pelosi was beaten, when the Minnesota lawmakers were assassinated in their own home, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? No empathy. And you expect it now? I have a job, Dublin. I have two. You're still here though. Why don't you go to your job? I think you're probably late for your assistant manager shift. It's wild, right? It's unfortunate. Again, the host is scared to bring up guests. No, I'm not. I'm not going to waste my time with bigots. The hypocrisy is unreal. And it goes to show you the company you keep. So as I talked about, I'll spend times in these right-wing circles, and it's the same people just spewing the same level of hatred. The same level of hatred. The same level. There, I brought you up. Bye. Anyway, I don't know how we get out of this, quite frankly. Specifically because there are people in this country that will just be led by their hatred. They'll just be led by their hatred. We know the overwhelming evidence. They always cite Antifa. Somebody tell me the leader of Antifa. Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me who the leader is. We can point to leaders of these far-right, alt-right militia groups, Stuart Rhodes, Enrique Tarrio, right? Joe Biggs, the Jordan Petersons, the other Christian white nationalists. We know of Nick Fuentes and his leadership role in Groyper. We talk about Charlie Kirk as leaders of these organizations. You think it's a group, Andrew Tate, another example. Right? If you're opposed to anti-fascism, that makes you a fascist. So ever since last Friday or Thursday, the narrative has changed significantly. So I'm going to play some sound, and then we'll get into our topics this morning. I think it starts with the governor of Utah, Governor Cox. And I'm not sure if people heard this sound, but it's more than just what he says. It's the implication that he's making. Everybody keep tapping and sharing. Excuse me, please. And don't forget, we are crowdfunded here. You want to support the channel? Best way to do so is at Factsstillmatter, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Thank you. So this is Mr. Cox at that infamous press conference on September the 12th. By the way, he was contacted by the president after this press conference. Funny how his tune changed a bit. Yeah, here you go.
This bad stuff happens. And for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. That sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here.
So in other words, I was hoping that it would be easy for me to blame it on someone else outside of the state or outside of the country. So even he knew at the time, although we didn't even have an arrest then. Even he knew, well, actually at that point we did. He didn't even know. He was hoping, you heard it. I was praying it would be somebody outside of our state, outside of the country. But instead, wasn't. And another, something that people on the left, and I would caution people on the left as well, we can only report on what we know, okay? We can only report on what we know. And what we know is that there are significant connections to his right-wing extremism, Mr. Robinson. We know that his dad was, we know his everybody keep tapping and sharing, please. We got our daily restriction, which we get every single day. Need your help. Please consider contributing to the gifting goal. Please consider tapping like crazy. You know the drill. His father was a pastor. There's pictures of his dad. Again, a picture. I'm not saying, I can't confirm or deny the validity of it, but there's a picture of his dad in like a 3%er shirt. Okay, his entire family has talked about how they are MAGA, how they are all Republicans. They are in a state that has over 50% registered Republicans. One of the most conservative states in our country. That's what we know. There is no connection at all to leftist ideologies. You know how bad it is? I'll give you an example. This is how bad it is. The Wall Street Journal started this thing because the Wall Street Journal, they amended. So headline news, right? Early reports claimed that the bullet ammunition casings had engravings related to transgender and anti-fascist ideology. Later reporting and statements by officials clarified that the inscriptions were memes, video game references, and other non-ideological phrases. No confirmation of political ideology at all. That was a retraction, an editor's note, buried like back page. Guardian removed quotes about Robinson being, quote, really leftist. The Guardian initially published quotes from a high school acquaintance saying Robinson was, quote, really leftist. It later added an editor's note saying that those quotes were removed after the source said they couldn't reliably remember their relationship with Robinson. Confessions versus implication, be a family friend. Some reports said Robinson confessed to his father. Others clarify that what was reported is that he implied responsibility to a family friend, which then triggered further action. There is significant ambiguity in how strong the confession is or what exactly was said. While some government sources, for example, Utah Governor Spencer Cox, have said Robinson had left-leaning political views or was influenced by certain ideologies, multiple pieces make clear that No motive has been established. Reports urge caution in inferring motive from the inscriptions, social media, or anecdotal remarks. Some early stories implied Robinson was politically active or registered. Later clarifications, Robinson is listed as inactive in voter registration, had not voted in recent elections, and declared unaffiliated, did not clearly pick a party when registering. The specific inscriptions quoted from the bullet casings, both fired and unfired, include meme language, game references, generic taunts. Hey, fascist, catch, if you read this, you're gay, etc., rather than overt ideological manifestos. Officials have also said they will not speculate on their meaning. Some reports Robinson's partner, a transgender roommate or romantic partner based on differing accounts, is cooperating with the investigation. Others note that Robinson himself is not cooperating. There have been numerous clarification of statements. So, initially, first of all, irresponsible journalism. Irresponsible journalism. And there's no denying that. Okay? It's completely irresponsible. And what happens when that irresponsibility hits the mainstream is that people on the right will use it as fodder and ammunition to target marginalized communities, in particular the trans community. There is no connection. There is no reporting. There are no statements from his roommate. None whatsoever. None. Other than the FBI, the Kash Patel Pam Bondi FBI, who has failed miserably time and time again. And then their statements picked up by the governor of Utah. It's so bad, okay? Because I played you that statement. He was praying that it was somebody from out of state. Praying. And then he realized, oh, nope, it's one of his own. So he's on the news shows over the weekend. Here you go.
Is Utah Governor Spencer Cox. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get to all that in a moment, but I do want to start with some of the many unanswered questions about the investigation. You told the Wall Street Journal that it is, quote, very clear to us and to the investigators that this was a person who was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. Can you elaborate on that and be more specific?
Let's remember the initial statement. You heard it. Let me just play it for you again real quick because context matters. Okay, context matters. Here you go.
Bad stuff happens, and for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us.
Ooh.
That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, "Hey, we don't do that here."
Come to find out, it's one of his own. That was on the 12th. Between the 12th and when he went on the weekend shows with Dana Bash, he got a phone call from the president. Funny how the story changed.
Well, sure. So that information comes from the people around him, from his family members and friends.
No, it does not.
That's how we got that information.
Does not.
And there's so much more that we're learning.
No.
And so much more that we will learn. There will be official charges will be filed on Tuesday, and there will be much more evidence and information available then. And again, we're interviewing all kinds of people, everyone that knows him, and trying to learn more about what that motive actually was.
Well, some outlets are reporting that the suspect lived with a transgender partner. Is that accurate? And are investigators looking at this part of his life as a possible motivation?
Okay, again, the question was, you heard the statement. The question was, is that accurate? And this is his answer.
Yes, definitely. And yes, I can confirm
Definitely.
that. I know that has been reported, and that the FBI has confirmed that as well.
The FBI has confirmed it. Do you understand I mean, I know you do because you guys are the smartest chat on TikTok. Do you guys understand how damaging that is and how dangerous it is? The FBI is the source. And I got into a messaging battle with somebody over the weekend who thinks that they call themselves moderate on the Republican side. And they try to make the claim that, well, he went on mainstream media and he talked about it. Therefore, it's got to be concerned. No, the only source is the FBI. The Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi FBI that has lied to the American people since day one. And that's the source. That's the source. The source is the FBI. You heard him say it. You heard him say it. Picked up by the Wall Street Journal. They had to redact their story. The New York Post is going to double down, but they haven't talked about it since. And by the way, if we knew, who would be the person if we could confirm that information? If we could confirm all that information, right? All of it. Who do you think would be yelling at the loudest? That'd be the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing, fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list, predator. President would be screaming it from the rooftops. Notice he's not? Do you notice he's not? That's the tell right there. That's the tell. He is so desperate for people to stop talking about Epstein that he's just going to allow this to spin. The FBI is the only source for that hatred towards the trans community. The only source. There's no public statements made by his roommates. And by the way, where he went to school was off campus. All they had was off campus housing. That's it. And then what does it imply? So the interview continues.
That the roommate was a romantic partner, a male transitioning to female. I can say that he has been very cooperative. This partner has been incredibly cooperative. Had no idea that this was happening, and is working with investigators right now.
And how is that relevant to the investigation?
Finally,
when it comes to the motive? Are you learning that?
Sure. Well,
listen to this scramble.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. Again, it's easy to draw conclusions from that, and so we've got the shell casings, other forensic evidence.
I'm going to play this from the beginning because I kind of broke it up a little bit, but I'm going to play this from the beginning, guys, and I'll be right back.
It is coming in and trying to piece all.
Now live is Utah Governor Spencer Cox. Thank you.
somebody outside of the state, praying that it would be somebody outside of the country. So it would be easy for him and his movement to blame it on other people. Easy. It'd be easy for us to other individuals again. But now that they realize that it is one of their own, raised in a conservative family, pastor as his dad, connections to Groyper, and again, we'll get into Groyper later, connections to Groyper, which is far right, which is the Nick Fuentes. There's an obvious rift between them. I'm not making assumptions at all. I'm not saying there's any, you can directly connect this or that. I'm just telling you what we know. What's been reported by numerous news outlets, not just a source at the FBI, and not just uttered and reiterated by the far right extreme journalists. In an attempt to other people, in an attempt to diminish, in an attempt to protect whiteness. What was that statement that Charlie Kirk made again? Where is it? We need armed militias to prevent the diminishing and decreasing of white demographics. We need armed militias to prevent the diminishing and decreasing of white demographics. People on the right, before we had any information, went out and tried, because you know what? In my opinion, they fucking knew. They absolutely knew. And they had to do everything they could to get out ahead of it. And they failed. And they failed. And because you have an absolute incompetent leadership in our government currently, incompetent leadership in the FBI. Do you remember this statement by Kash Patel? Well, first of all, here's Mr. Cox again at another element of that. Actually, I played that one for you guys already. This is Kash Patel in an attempt to try to convince the sycophantic MAGA that they believe in this tough guy mentality. Just listen to what he has to say. This is just pitiful.
This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie.
You did shit, Kash. You didn't do a damn thing. His family turned him in. His friends turned him in. You didn't do jack shit. Again, that quote.
This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie.
This
is what happens when you let good cops be cops. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie.
You didn't do shit. You didn't do a damn thing. In fact, not only did you not do anything to solve this, you lied repeatedly. You went out publicly at least twice to say, we've got the person in custody. Oh, no, we didn't. Oh, we got the person in custody. Oh, no, we don't. You did nothing. And people in the FBI circles across the country are already disgusted by his leadership. Now want him out. So the president had to come in and save him. President has to come in and save Pam Bondi. President has to come in and save Pete Hegseth. President has to come in and save Kash Patel. Mike Walls, Scott Bessent, Howard Nutlick, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that they can continue to target hate. So they can continue to target marginalized communities. Because it's all they fucking care about. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about reality. They don't care about just integrity at all. Because there's people in their communities that just salivate over harming marginalized communities. It is just, it gets worse though. It gets worse. It gets worse. You have the President of the United States sitting down with Fox and Friends on Friday. I think it was. What's today? The 15th? Yeah, Friday. This part of the interview should disturb everybody in our country. Everybody. Hold on. It's just not loading. Give me a second. Okay, here you go. Listen to what he says.
How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy.
How do we fix...
You heard it. I could care less. I could care less. And you know what? His 80 million or so followers, although it's probably a hell of a lot less these days, are like, yeah, we don't give a fuck. Even though we're the ones that are doing it, we don't give a fuck. The President of the United States, speaking to his voters, who are the violent threats, who are the radicals, who are the extremists, and we can name names, telling his base to get angry, angrier and angrier and angrier, and it's working. I'm misquoting him. How could I be misquoting him? It's his own words, you dumbass. Yeah, that's his speaking, but you're misquoting him. Give me a fucking break. It's the same thing, J6. Now, what the right is holding on to now is that horrible beating of that Ukrainian woman in, I think it was in North Carolina, because that person's a repeat offender. But they don't want to talk about the people who were convicted from J6 who had massive criminal records before, and then after they were pardoned by the law and order president, went out and committed even more crimes, including crimes against kids. But we're misquoting his own words.
Fix this country. How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The
That's misquoting him? Okay.
radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy.
How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less.
I couldn't care less about bringing the country together. I couldn't care less. See, it's people like Lone Star and people like others that can't look in the mirror, that can't face their own reality, that it's not both sides. And you live in this company because you're a racist, because you're a bigot, because you're a transphobe, because you're a homophobe, because you're a misogynist. You check the boxes. You don't think you are because you love this shit. You fucking love this shit. Couldn't care less about bringing the country together. Edited video. Yep, it's edited. It's edited. You know what's really funny? Is when you hear things like this. It's easy for us to laugh about it because we know it's true. But people like Lone Star cheer it on. Here you go. This is great. This is the best.
Smart people don't like me, you know, and they don't like what we talk about. Smart people don't like me, you know, and they don't like what we talk about. Smart people don't like me, you know, and they don't like what we talk about.
Smart people don't like me, and they don't like what we talk about. Smart people don't like me. Smart people don't like me. What does that say? So flip the script. The opposite of smart people don't like me is that dumb people love me. Smart people don't like me, which means dumb people do. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Part of this I know actually, you're right. It's the first time I've agreed with him. You're right. You know what, Mr. President? Thank you for being honest. You're absolutely right. Smart people don't like you. Smart people can't stand you, in fact. But dumb people, like Lone Star, dumb people love you because they think you're smart, because that's how dumb they are. And just, again, if there is a silver lining to any of this, friends, is it's just more, and it's just easier and easier and easier to expose their bullshit. It's just easier and easier. The fake news is Fox, is Newsmax, is OAN, is the New York Post. The fake news, the violent extremism is on the right. The hateful ideology is on the right. The party that does not support law and order is on the right. The ideology and the political affiliation that are recipients of government handouts is the right. They're never going to believe it because they're told by the person that they think is smart that the left is the problem. Smart people don't like me, which means dumb people do. Exactly. The big beautiful bill defunded the police. Exactly. All this destruction of the middle class, jobs flying out of the country, inflation up, unemployment up, et cetera, because you've been told to hate brown and black people, because you've been told to hate immigrants, because you've been told to hate women, because you've been told to hate members of the queer community, etc., the disabled community, the poor, everybody. All because you've been told to hate those people. You'll accept the destruction of the country that you claim to love because you've been told to hate brown people, black people, women, children, queer people, disabled people, poor people, etc. While you're cruising trans porn. I don't kink shame. Do whatever the hell you want, but stop being a fucking hypocrite. You're the most violent. You're the most uneducated. You're the most fiscally irresponsible. Yeah, but they're fine with Caitlyn Jenner. Exactly. And all of a sudden and by the way, do they suddenly care about Ukrainian people? They want to tokenize her? It's wild, right? So part of the trolling that I do in right-wing spaces is just confront their bullshit because they're not used to it. I was in a debate over 2A over the weekend and how, the people on the right have just been lied to about the Second Amendment, claiming that it was there so that the citizenry can rise up against the government. Good luck with that. Because if you fail and then you're found responsible for doing so, you're going to be subjected to Article 3, Section 3, which is the treason clause. They don't want to talk about that, though. They don't want to talk about that. Good luck. I mean, if you want to, again, the circle jerk in the backwoods or wherever the fuck, you guys will sit around, yeah, we're going to take down the government. Meanwhile, the drone pilot is in Virginia thinking, I could take them all out at once. You genuinely think that. You people genuinely, you're on the right, you genuinely think that the Second Amendment was established to push back, rise up against a tyrannical government. You have, first of all, none of you know the Constitution. I had one guy that tried to tell me that that's not what the 2A says. It was not. It was not, Beamer. And I'll prove it to you right now, Beamer, because of the same Constitution, Article 3, Section 3 is the treason clause that speaks specifically about you would be then found guilty of treason if proven in court for rising up against the government. Why would there be a treason clause? Now, again, doesn't mean that you can't do it. Like, I could go 100 miles an hour on my motorcycle down the road. Not that I do. Well, maybe. I can do it, but there's going to be consequences. You certainly can. You can certainly polish up your truck nuts, load up the back with all of your ammunition, and head to D.C. in an attempt to take down the government. You can certainly do it. Good luck with that. If you don't succeed, then you're going to be subjected to the treason clause of the Constitution, which is Article 3, Section 3. The penalty for treason, by the way, is... So good luck. Good luck. I mean, I'll even make you a sandwich. Fried bologna work for you? Bag of chips? Maybe a juice box? Good luck. This is the entire, in my estimation, this is the entire push behind the Department of War. Because it feeds your anger. It feeds it. You love it. You're bloodthirsty over it. You want to kick ass and take names. Wasn't going to get into this today, but I will, just because I think since I sort of segued over to it. Colonial and early state militias were not just for defending against foreign enemies or native nations. In southern slaveholding colonies like Virginia, South Carolina, and Georgia, militias played a crucial role in enforcing racial order and suppressing slave revolts. These groups were often called slave patrols or militia patrols and were legally mandated to, quote, search enslaved people's quarters for weapons or evidence of plotting rebellion, capture and punish enslaved people who escaped, and intimidate potential uprisings through shows of armed force. After events like the Stonewall Rebellion from 1739, look that up, MAGA, in South Carolina, colonies passed laws requiring white men to carry weapons while on patrol or even to church and to participate in these patrols, tracking down slaves as part of their civic duty. You didn't know that, did you, MAGA? You guys didn't know that. You didn't know it. So you've been living off of this, that you've got the right. Again, you certainly have the right to pack up and go against the government. But you think the founding fathers put that in the Constitution, giving citizens the right to do that without consequence. You're just wrong. You're flat out wrong. And you've been living that lie forever. Like I said, knock yourself out. Pack a lunch. Again, polish up those truck nuts. Head to D.C. and do whatever you got. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. You didn't even know Article 3, Section 3 existed. And I was in this debate with this complete fucking idiot over the weekend, and he was like, "Oh, 2A." So 2A doesn't give you that right. He's like, "Yeah, I'm talking about what about Article? I'm not talking about Article 3, Section 3." Of course you don't, because you don't want to continue the conversation. Seriously. All because you hate brown people. You hate black people. You hate immigrants. You hate any marginalized community out there. And now the rhetoric is clearly focused and targeted on the trans community while you're getting off on trans corn. All led by Stephen Miller. So I'm going to play some trigger warning language on what Nancy Mace has said, but I think it's necessary for this conversation. So I apologize in advance, but I'm gonna play it. This was just after. This was before we had anybody either arrested, identified. This is before we even got there. Okay. This is what she had to say. Again, I apologize. I think it's necessary for this conversation.
Deal with real safety concerns. It sounds like the shooter was a tranny or pro-tranny.
What I want is for people.
So that was the statement that she made. You heard it. That was the statement that she made before we had any information. And then she's like, I need to get on fucking CNN and try to push back from this. So listen to her hypocrisy now.
To take responsibility for their rhetoric. I want to see Democrats
I'm going to ask the obvious, and you yourself hold yourself accountable too for that.
Well, 100%, but my words are not violence.
To deal with real safety concerns, it sounds like the shooter was a tranny or pro-tranny.
Nice, right? Yeah, I made some notes. I kind of went back. I was curious a little bit about some of the things that Nancy Mace has said. Let's see. She said, in November of 2024, Mace introduced a resolution to ban transgender women from using female restrooms in the U.S. Capitol, specifically saying that the resolution was aimed at Rep-elect Sarah McBride. The resolution would prohibit members, officers, and employees of the House from using single-sex facility restrooms that do not correspond with their biological sex. Mace has said McBride is absolutely a reason for this proposal. Mace has repeatedly misgendered Sarah McBride in public remarks, referring to her using male pronouns, calling her a biological man trying to force himself into women's spaces, and a guy in a skirt. She has used the term biological sex in a way that critics say misinforms or stigmatizes trans people. Mace has said she is motivated by concerns about safety and privacy for women and girls in private spaces, locker rooms, restrooms, changing rooms. She has cited her own experience as a grape survivor with PTSD as part of the reasoning. She has said things like, a penis in the woman's locker room, that's not okay, quote unquote. Beyond the initial resolution, Mace has proposed broader legislation, for example, Protecting Women's Private Spaces Act, that would enforce restrictions on all federal property for locker rooms based on biological sex. She has used this issue in speeches and in public events in McBride's own district and in GOP events. That's Nancy Mace. She's running for governor of South Carolina, and you know what? She'll probably fucking win. She'll probably win. I keep having to tell myself that she signed the discharge petition to have the Epstein files released. I keep having to tell myself that. But she's nonviolent. She's the same person that said Democrats own this before there was, right within hours of Charlie Kirk being shot. Without any information. Without any information at all. And then she was challenged then, so if the Democrats own this, then the Republicans have to own what happened to the Minnesota lawmaker. And she did not like that question. That is the company you keep. People support her. Yes, I tried. The slur that she used is a horrible slur. And I normally would not play that, but I think it was necessary for context to understand what she said. The T slur is vile. Absolutely vile. And again, my apologies. In hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have, but I think it's necessary for the conversation. They support, people in her movement support it because they're told to hate what? Less than 0.001% of the population? They're told to hate people. Thank you, Emmy. Appreciate you. They're told to hate people. Did I see you in the box, Emmy? I did. Hold on a second. Hey there.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, no, you're good.
How are you?
Playing that clip.
Okay.
So, that's a loaded question. It's been a crazy week. Terrified is one of the ways I'm doing. But also just there is so much niche subculture stuff happening within this incident that if people are not aware of it, they really see past a lot of the stuff that's gone on with CK's unaliving. And so like when so it's crazy because I've been chronically online since the early 2000s. I'm 38 years old. I was there, at the inception, and spent a lot of time in some of these spaces where a lot of this stuff has gone down, places like 4chan and Reddit way back in the day. Luckily, I was able to escape a lot of that stuff. But some of the things that people aren't connecting the dots on here is that those memes that were etched on those casings are extremely far-right memes.
Exactly.
They are like the one that said "notices bulges, oh whoa." That is a meme about two guys online talking to each other about one being trans or a femboy. But the reason that they keep on saying that the roommate was trans is because in the early 2000s, because of places like Reddit and 4chan, there is this thing. Are you familiar with the femboy to fascist pipeline?
To be honest, I was not until this weekend when I went down that massive rabbit hole. So unfortunately, I am now familiar with it. Yes.
Do you mind if I share with the audience a little bit about what it is and how this has come to be?
I don't at all, Emmy. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So in the early 2000s, femboys were a very niche subculture. It's become a lot more popularized now because of TikTok. But back then, femboys had to find these corners of the internet where they could find each other, and they could also, people could find them. And so Reddit and 4chan were the places where this happened. Um, this is also where fascists started to gather because and white supremacists because they were these darker corners of the internet that most people did not go, and they know how to cover their tracks so well. Things like the Pepe memes. They use Pepe because people won't believe that a meme about a frog is actually a white supremacist dog whistle, right? So they do these things to cover their tracks. In fact, the other night, Dan Malik had an actual groiper on his live the other night for like 3 hours. This person was on there, would not admit it for a while until finally it just became so obvious he had to admit it to everyone, because he knew Nick Fuentes' stuff so deep. But ultimately, what ended up happening is as these two groups started sharing ironic memes, as they called them, on these channels, fascists learned about femboys, and femboys started learning about fascism. And this is why femboys have a huge fascism problem currently. And so, because these fascist fucking incels are so afraid of women that they can't connect with them, they started connecting with femboys so that they could have access to femininity without having to actually deal with women, right? Which is why they don't like trans women, because they believe that because they believe that that's like a betrayal, right? And so they would use femboys for practice dating because they could practice being around the femininity without having to actually be around the women that they're just that these losers are totally terrified of, right? So, this is where we start to see them twisting this into the trans narrative, because we know that they know what a femboy is. Because if you look back at that lawsuit.org study you brought up earlier about trans corn, one of the searches that they use that has the most results is femboy. And so they are using the trans narrative to try to spin it, because most people in this country see anyone who was assigned male at birth wearing anything like that that's feminine, they immediately assume trans. They don't understand what a femboy is. So it's a really easy connection for them to make to continue to demonize us in order to save their own niche subcultures where they can actually have access to this stuff. The rabbit hole goes deep on this one. I actually looked into the roommate's social media accounts. I went on a deep dive through his Reddit account. Going back, I mean, this account is old. It's like over 10 years old. And going back through all of these posts, everything that he's talked about in those, in all the different subreddits that he was part of, all point back to a potential that this roommate is a femboy. There's a lot of talk about DIY HRT on there, which is very common among femboys because they want to be able to have things like rounded features, softer skin.
Emmy, I don't mean to interrupt. We just got flagged. That's okay. We just got flagged. That's okay. Believe me, it's not your fault. It's people. So I'm just going to ask the chat if you guys could really just tap like crazy, like crazy, share like crazy, please, so we can continue to have this conversation. It's not you, Emmy. It's just unfortunately people that are really triggered by the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Are there any terms you think that may have got that as well that I used? That I can just feel okay. I just want to make sure I'm also respecting your platform.
No, nothing. Believe me, nothing you did, as we know.
So, I mean, that's kind of the 30,000 foot overview. I really want to go on and do, I really want to make either a video or do a live that kind of does a deep dive into this. However, there are some folks that have already put out some really good information on this. There is a trans creator on this app named Saber. She did a great video about the femboy to fascist pipeline that really kind of that sums it up really beautifully. And I forget the other creator I just found last night that did one that was a deeper dive on groypers as well, that makes it really understandable. But that's why we're seeing this stuff going on. I know you said we were going to get into groypers later, but
Yeah.
for anyone
Yeah.
that doesn't know what those are, they're Nick Fuentes fans.
Yeah, I mean, from the high level, I'm curious if you would agree with this. Emmy, and again, I want to apologize for playing that clip with Nancy Mace with the horrible slur. I just think it was necessary for the conversation to put it into context. Sometimes you have to just address it, call it what it is, right? For people who really don't understand, groypers don't think far right MAGA are extreme enough.
No, they call Trump a liberal.
Exactly. I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that. That's right. So when you mentioned the information that I shared about again, I'm not king shaming. So do whatever you want. I mean, as long as it's consensual, I could care less. But it's not a surprise to you, right? That conservatives, by and large, have the highest incidences of searching for corn or trans corn, right? It's not a surprise to you.
No, especially if you looked at my DMs, Steve, you would know that's not a surprise to me at all. The men that come into my DMs are some of the most MAGA-looking men that you'll ever see. The thing is, too, that they're so they have this history of being so good at covering their tracks. They have this plausible deniability thing down so well that even so, two examples of this would be like the Bella Ciao inscription on one of the casings is a song on one of the first Groyper Wars playlists on Spotify. That playlist only has 5 followers, and they'll bring that up to show you that it's not a Groyper thing. There's only 5 followers of that playlist. How could it be a Groyper thing, right? There's nobody that's listening because they don't follow it on purpose to have that plausible deniability. They know how to find it, right? They can just easily search for that playlist and find it every single time. But then the other thing that they use in this for plausible deniability is that they are so anti-Semitic that their hate for Israel, because of their anti-Semitism, they get to cover up with what's going on with Palestine right now, right? They can say that it's because they are against G-side, but really it's because they're against Israel for other reasons. Right. And so they use that. That's another way that they use that plausible deniability. So if you get them coming up here saying that they're really far right, or if you see these folks that are on these debates that come up and they're talking about these, Trump talking points, these far right talking points, but they say they're against genocide, G-side, they are whistling at you. They are letting you know exactly who they are. But people don't see it because they don't see the dog whistles. You can't, if you can't hear the dog whistle, you're never going to be able to understand that it's there. So I thought that might be helpful to get some of that little bit of history of what happened in these niche corners,
It does. Like I mean, first of all, thank you again for this. I mean, I always kind of go back to, knowledge is power, right? Unfortunately, it's really, really important that people are aware of this. I mean, I'll be honest, I feel like I'm pretty well read and well versed in lots of things, and I understood the counterculture, even the counterculture of MAGA extremism, but I didn't even understand the depth of the subculture connected to it. And we have to learn it. It's really scary. We talk about red pilling. People have always approached red pilling as the Andrew Tate, Charlie Kirk effect. They equate it with MAGA, but it is so much deeper. It is just so much deeper and so dangerous. I just want to thank you for giving me a little grace in this conversation and just for coming up here and educating us. It's really great.
Absolutely. Steve, you're such a strong ally too. That when you play a clip like that and you come straight up and say, "Hey, this is going to have something offensive," we listen. We know your heart, where your heart is. We know that you're not playing it to harm the trans community at all. Yeah, we understand your heart. Yeah,
I appreciate that. I mean, any words of advice for people, for anyone in this just crazy time?
Yeah, parents, be really, really intent right now about what your kids are doing online. Um, I hate to like, you know, do to say this, but like, don't let your kids play Roblox. If you're letting your kids play Roblox, be very careful because this is where they are going to recruit. They go to these places where they know they can find young, vulnerable men and boys, and they recruit them through these things through the sharing of ironic memes. So look into the memes, do the deep research, find out what they mean, and God, if your kids are on Roblox, please be really on top of who they're talking to. Check their messages, check them regularly. Let me tell you, there are grown men pretending to be children on there to indoctrinate them into this stuff. And they do this at a young age. They also, I mean, they've done this. They've been planning this for years. I was about 2 degrees of separation away from the Heritage Foundation in my former life as a youth minister.
Goodness.
Yeah, I was involved with one of those fake Christian pregnancy centers that, look like a Planned Parenthood, but they really just try to talk you out of having an AB.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was involved with one of those. I was running their social media for a little bit, and the people that ran that specific organization were really close friends with and regularly had dinners with people within the Heritage Foundation. And we're talking back in like 24. This is like 2014, 2015. And we would have dinner, and they would regularly talk about the plan that the Heritage Foundation had to start getting these ideas into places like getting a school board elected, right? Like school boards elected that would align with this, so they could build their way
Moms
up.
of Liberty groups, things like that,
Liberty,
right? And worse.
Exactly. Yep. So that they could build up to Trump, right? So that they could have this this thing. And as they saw Trump getting in there, they really started to ramp it up. So this has been going on far longer than people expected. And I also like to just remind people that Trump said that Caitlyn Jenner can use any restroom that she wants, that trans people should be allowed to use any restroom that they want back in 2015.
Correct.
So
Correct.
Anyways, I'm sorry for taking up so much time. There's just
Please
so
don't
much
apologize.
to cover. My brain is everywhere.
No, just to summarize, and if you were, and I'm not gonna, if you don't want to answer this, don't answer it. If you were put on the spot, would you say that it's more likely than not that Mr. Robinson has connections to the Groyper community?
Absolutely. I mean, based on what I did going through the roommate's Reddit account and the things that were inscribed on those casings, yeah, 100. In my opinion, 100%. But that's again my opinion. One of the other casings, that one that had the "Hey fascists, catch this" with the arrows. That is those arrows are a stratagem. Thickles informed me of this the other day. That those are a stratagem from the game Helldivers 2. And
the devil.
Yeah, and what they do, these groypers, especially the femboy ones, they hide behind the hyper masculinized, militarized appearance, right? And so they'll be out there wearing these get-ups with like the combat boots and everything. And what you don't see under that is the thigh highs and fishnets that they're wearing underneath. And that's literally like exactly what goes on here. Is they hide behind it again for plausible deniability. So when you see them using things like being in Call of Duty all day long, playing Helldivers, all these things that have, because like Helldivers is specifically a game where you're fighting, and Thickles can explain this better, fighting a fictionalized fascist regime. They do that ironically.
Not even that. You're not even fighting.
Okay.
You're fighting bugs and robots, and you're calling them fascists. Okay. So as somebody who
Hey, Bob, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing phenomenal. As somebody who never thought that like my knowledge of niche, weird internet shit would ever be useful. So I was like one bad day away as a teenager from winding up on the alt-right pipeline. I started out on the internet in 4chan, right? Like as a 13, 14-year-old, because 4chan has been around for a very, very long time.
Yep, same tickles. Me too.
Yeah. I started out on /B, which /B, if you do not know, /B it was and still is one of the most deplorable corners of the fucking internet. It's only gotten worse, right? There is this, in much the same way that if you go so far to the left, you wind up at a point to where you're like, I want my firearms back. If you go so far to the right, you want trans women and femboys back. It's a very strange thing. God, there's the problem is that modern media is not equipped to like understand and talk about like those like weird corners, because they are looking for an explanation. They're looking for a reason why. But the problem is especially in
justification, not just they're looking for justification for their hatred in many cases, right?
Well, no, I'm talking more so about the like, oh well, why would this group over here think this way? The problem is that like it's steeped in so many levels of irony that it doesn't mean anything. And I said this like last week, but like if you are at all familiar with like that corner of the internet, then you understand like what happened. Yeah, praise Keck is God. I haven't fucking read that in forever. If you are at all familiar with what happened, then what last week was effectively a shitpost. Like it was, because the things that were written on the casings. One, yes, it's quite literally a stratagem. It's for a 500 kilogram bomb. As soon as I heard like him say that, I was like, oh God, I know precisely what that's from, because it's a game I love. Helldivers, I think it's great. Like it's a very on the nose parody of you literally are fighting for a fascist government. Saying it's managed democracy.
Let me just jump in real quick. So a lot of folks are just joining. What we're discussing is the connections to this alt-right. I'm not even sure what to categorize it as, other than
alt-right.
Yeah, so it's got alt-right, like very alt-right, like it's got connections to the gamer community. It's got connections to anti-fascist sentiment. It's got all these kinds of connections, and the reason we're discussing it is because of connections. Again, I'm not going to be definitive here, but from what we know, there seems to be lines that we can draw with Mr. Robinson's connection to this Groyper community. A figurehead in Groyper, for names that we would know, would be someone like Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk have never really seen eye to eye on things, and we're talking about some of its origin. 4chan, subreddit, the gamer community. Is that a good summary for both of you? Is how I just sort of summarize that?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, one of the crazy things. Oh shoot! I'm sorry. I just had it was something about Fuentes that you just said.
Not that they weren't. They weren't chums.
There was a video that he just took down as soon as this happened, too, where he was talking about, and the audio is out there. People have saved the video and downloaded it. Where he was talking about how he's like, "Hey, look, Charlie, we have people inside of Turning Point USA. We own Turning Point USA. We are in every level of your organization. We've already got it. We have fucked up your organization." He definitely had a problem with Charlie. He hated Charlie Kirk. So there is, in my opinion, definite connections there. In his own words, there's a reason people delete things for a reason, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, again, just like we talk about here oftentimes, let's talk about what we know. What we know is that there's been retractions made by mainstream media organizations. Their initial claims about trans and Antifa ideology has just been disproven by themselves by having to redact it. And the reason that I bring that up often as someone who grew up working in journalism, you get headline news and then retraction gets buried on the back page. So that's problematic in general. So here we are. Thank you for letting me just kind of give some clarification there.
So there is okay. So everybody's familiar with like concepts of like red pill, but like
Absolutely.
beyond that, you have you have black pilling, which is so much more bonkers. Black pill is like once like predominantly men, though there are some women. Like hit that like incel pipeline, like it becomes black pill. And so like I understand that like on the surface, the moment somebody hears there is a trans person involved, they think left. And I understand that. I get it, right? However, there are trans people, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Amy, but like the majority of trans people that I know that like are on the right, because I know a couple, are predominantly trans women. I don't know a lot of trans men that are on the right. I do know a couple trans women that are staunch Trump supporters, which boggles my fucking mind.
Yeah, people like Blair White, and others. Yeah, absolutely. But no, you're right. The majority of anyone that's trans that is on the right is going to be a trans woman, mostly because they have grown up in those subcultures. And there's actually a reason. Um, people wonder why they see femboys start to transition and be like become and like end up being trans. I wonder why,
Yes.
right? But it is a very big thing, where femboys are trans, but they find this corner of the internet where they can find community, and then they end up coming out and transitioning. And yeah, that's
The
why if you are seeing far right trans people, it's usually trans women.
In the black pill community, it's not so there is I'm gonna teach everybody a word. God, I like part of me genuinely hates the fact that I know all of this stuff. There is a word called transmaxing in the black pill
Yes.
community.
Yep.
And it is effectively the thought of transitioning not because of gender dysphoria, but because of the perceived benefits, be they societal or otherwise, of being a woman. Like they view it as life on easy mode.
They think that there's a privilege between or behind being a woman or being a trans woman. They actually, some of them even go as far as to say that they that are transmaxing are doing it because of the benefits that they could gain from being trans, which is ultimately, keep in mind who is saying these things, because
Proximity.
these are the people who have a problem with thinking we are the danger in restrooms, because they are the danger in restrooms. They
Correct.
think that's going to give them this softer edge that people are, especially with all this sympathy for the trans community right now and all. They think that all of that is why they're doing it. And then of course, they project their own problems onto the rest of us.
Yeah, it is. It's a
Yeah,
very
like that doesn't happen.
right. It's a very very like odd. And I mean odd in the sense that like none of like 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4 for me over here. It's a very like it's an odd thing because on its surface there are a lot of things that like look left. But once you dig a little deeper, you realize, oh no, this is not at all. This is not at all in remotely in line with the things that I believe whatsoever. It is. Then like the 4chan community knows that this was his guy because like the /poll, which is also a terrible page over there, like they immediately called out like, oh god, this is our guy. Like,
Well, yeah,
like they knew.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
I try to look at it. Sorry, I try to look at it politically in a way because there's always there's a purpose behind, aligning with someone whose ideologies you support and or ideologies that you want to, for lack of a better term, push. Right. So if we think about the MAGA movement, the face of the MAGA movement, we know who that was. Charlie was identified and, affiliated with, obviously. So what's the end game for the Groyper side? Like I'm trying to figure that out. It may not have a political bent It may not be politically oriented. It more just be ideologically oriented. And then have you guys thought about that at all? That's where I'm trying to figure out, is there something behind this other than just destruction?
It is. It is. I think the moment you try to add reason to it, yeah, no, it is. It is genuinely nihilism, like with a coating of irony. Is all it is. Like that's what it is. It is 3 edgy 5 me. Like it is. There is no sense to be made of it. It is like I fuck God. Because when I was a 13, 14-year-old, like the stuff that was posted on there, like to me then, because it was just like, oh, this is, I didn't have like I didn't have an expansive friend group. I wasn't like, I didn't really like do anything. I just sat in front of my fucking computer when I was a teenager. And so to me then, like this was funny and like, oh, like people aren't going to fucking get it. And now that I like am a functioning adult with a fully formed like prefrontal lobe, I realized, oh no, this is like, it's not good. There is no sense to be made of it. It is nihilism is all it is.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree. I think that obviously this is not someone who I don't believe that there's any connection between Nick Fuentes directly with this individual that did this, that would have caught, that Nick would have put this kind of thing out there to get done.
Right.
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 However, I think the danger, and this is where I think Nick Fuentes at night is sleeping with a big smile on his face right now, is that, after Charlie Kirk...
But with one eye open.
With one eye open, yeah, but also the smile on his face, and that, like, after Charlie Kirk, who is there on that side of the big influencers, right? There's Ben Shapiro, which some people may end up going to, but then there's Nick Fuentes. And so that's now created this vacuum for Charlie Kirk people who need to consume this content constantly to go even further right into Nick Fuentes. So I don't know I don't think that's necessarily a motive, but I do see it as a massive danger that now there's this vacuum and they're going to get sucked. Anyone that has any hard feelings towards Israel is going to get sucked into that side of this far right stuff. They're just going to get pulled further right.
If Ben Shapiro winds up as the face of Turning Point, I would not be surprised if someone else from that community attempts something there. Because if you think
in the same thing,
if you think that Nick Fuentes' followers were not a fan of Charlie Kirk, they are certainly not a fan of Ben Shapiro, and it has nothing to do with Ben Shapiro's views and his political beliefs. It has everything to do with the fact that Ben Shapiro is Jewish. Like, it is
100%.
Like because Nick Fuentes put out a video recently talking about like Charlie Kirk and this was before last week, talking about Charlie Kirk and his like effectively like shilling for Israel, right? It's not like on the surface, like listening to that, if you have no other fucking opinion, if you've literally never heard of Nick Fuentes before, if you know nothing about him and you watch that video, you'll go, oh, this guy he and I are clearly on the same wavelength regarding Palestine. But it is the most like intense level of anti-Semitism. The most intense level of anti-Semitism.
They hide behind Palestine as a form of plausible deniability.
Right.
Yeah.
So this conversation proves, like we say every day, we have the smartest chat on TikTok. Thank you both. Somebody in the chat had asked this question. I was thinking about it too. So people like Peter Thiel, whatever you want to say. Obviously, there needs to be a funding arm for any future, either whether it be Turning Point or other extreme organizations. It's going to require pockets. Peter Thiel's affiliation. There's always been questions about whether if he's just using Trump as a means to an end. And now we've got MAGA imploding on itself. And then we've got the situation with Turning Point. And it seems like there's this vacuum, this void. Is he someone that becomes more proactive? Or does he stay behind the scene and just fund a lot of this, in your opinions?
Okay, so when it comes to Peter Thiel specifically, and a lot of like Silicon like Valley heads, which Silicon Valley in and of itself is just, I have a lot of thoughts there.
Yeah, me too.
Peter Thiel is when it. God, how do I phrase this? It literally could have been anybody else, right? Peter Thiel doesn't care. Peter Thiel will fund like whatever it is because it is a means to an end. Peter Thiel is like he does everything like by the books and legally, which I mean says a lot. But if you've ever like read into like his like libertarian like tech like fascist ideology, it is it's insane. Like Trump is the vehicle for him to get what he wants. He doesn't like it. He literally, it could be literally anybody. I don't think like the lack of a Charlie Kirk is going to make a difference. I don't think I don't think it's going to change anything with him. I think it's going to, like, we are going to continue to see these, like, odd movements to stick tech CEOs in the military, like, with or without a Kirk in place. Like, he is a technocrat.
The only reason I say that is just because of the prominent voice that Charlie Kirk was. Because, I mean, I think about, there's agree or disagree, he was very charismatic, and there's a reason that he became so popular. Not just the things that he said, which are horrible, but because of his charisma, because he wasn't afraid to go out to these spaces, which then becomes similarly with Trump. Again, he is the galvanizing glue in the entire MAGA movement. So there's always, like, cults require a leader. There's no cult on the Democratic side because there's no leader. I mean, cults require a figurehead, and oftentimes it's someone. Think about famous cult leaders in our history. David Koresh, Jim Jones, they all have certain things in common. One of them being the ability to speak to the masses, galvanizing figures, uniters, lots of charisma. Similarly with Charlie in this case, and I'm not necessarily saying that he's a cult leader, but you could make the argument, right? So there's no one that I can see. I don't see Nick Fuentes as having that same level of charisma to speak to large groups. I certainly don't see Ben Shapiro the same way. Ben doesn't do what Charlie Kirk did. Good or bad, Charlie was very effective at what he did. No doubt about that. We can't deny that. It'll be studied forever. So I don't see anyone prominently in that space that would step in, which is why I go back to the money. Someone has got to be pushing this agenda. And I think to your point, Dick, I think he's opportunistic, Peter Thiel. He will look for whatever means to an end there is, whether it be technocrats in positions of power, rewriting the rules of engagement in our Constitution so that they can have access to more power. I guess maybe I'm not making sense, but I'm just kind of looking for that. What's the intent other than nihilism? Maybe there's nothing. Maybe I should stop looking.
Yeah, especially in because I don't personally know whether or not there is like especially between the things we've already been talking about and Peter Thiel. You are right though. Charlie Kirk is, charismatic is probably the best way to put it.
Yeah.
But I don't know necessarily if there is anyone else on the right at the moment that they would like sort of position to move there, because I mean we already saw last week that they're having the vice president host the first week of Charlie Kirk's show this week.
I know.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah. And
so wild. My gosh.
And like to that end as well, like you can tell that like they don't actually believe any of the things that they've been talking about, because like the man's body's not even cold yet. Turning Point USA's already selling merch. Like they're actively selling Charlie Kirk merch right now, which is insane to me. I don't know. I think we're gonna see like a lot of floundering just because there's not There's not really been anybody, because you're right. Like Nick Fuentes does not have the same level of like mass appeal that Kirk would, because Kirk was at least able to like sugarcoat those like his rhetoric in like classic family values and like white picket fence sort of phrases. Nick Fuentes doesn't do that. You cannot. No. You can't package Nick Fuentes and sell him to broad people, because like
there's no warm fuzzy. There's no warm fuzzy.
No.
Well, there's a good reason. There's a good reason for it too, and I honestly, so I have a little bit of like kind of a theory on this, that it won't be someone like Peter Thiel that would take that figurehead.
If you guys are all enjoying this conversation, please gift our panelists. Please tap and share the live. This is an amazing conversation. Thank you both for being part of it. Sorry, Amy, go ahead.
Absolutely, and thank you all for being so generous. I really appreciate all the gifts. I think that there are other voices. So the thing that Charlie Kirk had going for him is that he was such a big fucking wimp that he wouldn't debate adults. Right? He would go to college campuses and invite college teenagers and kids to come up and debate him. So I think that there are plenty of podcaster voices out there that are essentially reaching that same age group of young men. That really, I think that the first one of them that gets a little tent and a chair and a microphone and decides to go to a college campus and start doing the same thing Charlie was doing is going to be the new figurehead for that movement. That's just my opinion, because that's where his movement thrives. So the charisma, yes, but literally just getting out there in college campuses, doing these things in these spaces, and there are plenty of podcast hosts that hold similar ideals. Like, was it Andrew Wilson? I think is the other one. That's an absolute piece of shit. I could see him easily
for the first time the other night,
jumping up. You know.
Yeah.
I think there's probably a bunch of them with their hands raised right now, going, "Ooh, pick me, pick me."
Yeah, I had my first conversation with Andrew Wilson the other day. He's a treat. Just real quick to the people in the comments. While I appreciate you like throwing coins at me, please don't do that. If you're gonna send just send them to Emmy. I don't need them. Like, please, I appreciate it. I don't need them. Send them to Emmy.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah. The thing is like I don't pay enough attention to like that sort of sphere on the right. Like when it comes to like hardcore right wing podcasts, like I knew who Andrew Wilson was. I didn't make the connection that like that's who I was talking to the other day until somebody like told me like, oh, that's the guy that couldn't know the open the jar of olives, and then that's when I put two and two together.
Right. That was great.
And like out because like even him, like Charlie Kirk was conventionally attractive. He was well spoken, like when he wasn't smiling. Like he was not.
I was gonna say that man had uppercase gums and lowercase teeth.
Right. Like in terms of he wasn't a bad looking dude, right? Like he was not. He was. You could put him on a poster.
Hey, Vic, 1 second. Emmy, I'm not sure what happened. I got the flag right as you got dropped. I'm not sure. People just unfortunately can't handle your brain power. I'm really sorry about that. I don't know where that came from, but you got removed. I'm really, really sorry about that, Emmy. That's just really unfortunate. I'm really sorry about that. Sorry.
When I think people say, when I say conventionally attractive, I mean it's not like he wasn't the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like Charlie Kirk was not a terrible looking guy. He was clean cut. Like you could put him on a poster and slap that poster up anywhere, right? Like he could have been the poster boy for a number of things. There's not really anybody else on the right who has that like very clean cut. I can make a brand out of this person. He is easy to market. Like he is the kind of person that when your boomers on the right look at them, they go, "Oh yeah, that's a real American man right there." Like you look at people like Andrew Wilson, they're not gonna like I'm sorry, you're nobody on the right is gonna look at Andrew Wilson and think that. They're probably not going to look at Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro doesn't sound like Charlie Kirk. His voice is just grating. Charlie Kirk had like an appeal that not only like grabbed at young people, but also like boomers could have locked in on that and say like, oh yeah, that's a real American man. He's married, he's got kids, like he's a poster boy. And I don't think the right has anybody else right now to fill that vacuum.
I agree. So if you we're going back in time, Vic, and it's like, you're 12-year-old Thickless, what advice would you give to yourself at 12, if you could? Specifically as it relates to the gamer community, knowing what you know.
Oh, I mean, there wasn't like a. That's the thing, though, is like there wasn't like a defining conversation I had with anybody. It was literally just a day when I realized, like, why the fuck do I care about this? This is dumb. Like, this is dumb. I don't think it necessarily would have been, because at 12 I wouldn't have listened to myself. I think it would have been very much like Emmy said, like just being aware of what like your kids are absorbing on the internet, because like think about like an app like Snapchat, right? Like Snapchat is an application designed for kids, made by fucking people in Silicon Valley. Why else would a company in Silicon Valley make an application where photos delete after you look at them? Like, why else would you make that application for children? Like, the entire area out there is literally designed to make products for kids. So it is understanding, because nowadays, unlike back in 2002, kids have like intense access to the internet, like so much more than I had when I was that age. Because like if I wanted to get online, I had to sit down at my computer, I had to kick on the dial-up, I had to hope my grandmother wasn't on the phone. Whereas like today,
right?
Yeah. Whereas today, like, I have a supercomputer in my pocket. Like, right. People have supercomputers on their wrists. Like, I can navigate the internet in my car. So it is understanding specifically what your kids have access to, and then conversations with them about those kinds of things, because a lot of people, especially with Charlie Kirk, like a lot of people didn't know who he was. Like his reach was only like within people who are either chronically online or like are actually like active in the sphere of politics. But like a lot of like older like moms and dads, like it's just their young sons listening to Kirk online and then being like, oh yeah, he's just talking about this, mom, like it's just like this is all we're talking about. Which granted, I'm sure a lot of those same women are going to be like, you're absolutely never listening to this again, like look what happened to him. But it is just knowing what your kids are actively doing online and then having conversations with them about those things. I don't really think necessarily that any advice I could have given myself at that age would have made a difference.
Fair. But just, I guess it's like, as you said, it's as we get more and more wrinkles in the brain, not in the brain, it just becomes easier to process. Thank you for that. Emmy, welcome back. Sorry about that. I just, I don't know where that came from. It's unfortunate that this conversation's better. So yeah, I need to take a quick little break. Is there anything on that particular topic? I'd love to hear more from you as to what we were just cautionary tales. I know we discussed Roblox, and for people asking, it's not Roadblock, it's ROBLOX, of which my kids played a lot of Roblox when they were younger. So there, I'm fully aware of that now as I've learned more and more. But any thoughts in general, Emmy? And I'll be right back.
Yeah, I guess rely on certain like .com/families. There's a lot of resources there for how to keep your kids' devices safe, to do it remotely, to be able to restrict what they're doing online. If you hear your kids talking about Omegle, tell them to stay away. Places like that and Roblox and any of these forums that have like chat rooms. Be careful of any games that have chats or voice chats. Parents really just need to be far more aware. And I honestly don't know that there is anything more important that parents can do right now than become really familiar with how to take care of their kids online and to teach them how to use the internet appropriately and safely, because this is in my opinion, the biggest danger that we are facing as a country is that parents don't know how to take care of keeping their kids safe online.
This has been such an incredible conversation. I want to thank the two of you so very, very much. I think that the entire thing comes around to how I started the show today. Irresponsible. I'm not even going to call it journalism. As somebody who considers myself a journalist, I won't even talk about what the right wing has done from an irresponsible perspective, looking for someone to blame because they can't look in the mirror themselves. And it comes from, of course, the hate is targeted towards Emmy's community in particular right now, as it's been for quite some time. And these conversations, I hope, will inform others as to look out for. And I agree with you. I don't think there's ever been, at least in my lifetime, I've never seen a time where it's more important for parents to really be involved. This is going to be testing parenting out there, really, really testing it. So you got to get on your toes. Thanks. Friends, thank you guys both for being here today. I really, really appreciate you both. Really,
Absolutely.
really.
Thank you for giving me the time, Steve. I really appreciate it.
When you said a certain fruit company, I mean, my brain absolutely went to kumquats and kiwis, and I was like, I don't know what company you're talking about. Before I finally got there. Here, you take.
I appreciate being here. Thanks a lot, man. See you later. I always say, guys, I don't take this for granted how we have the smartest freaking chat on TikTok. I mean, that conversation right there just proves it, right? That just proves it. So there's more to unpack there, and I just want to again thank Emmy. And I'm sorry that you got clapped. That's just unfortunate based on the conversation, but this is really, really, really important from a parenting perspective. And my concern, because how do I want to say this? Most people that we that associate with our community, I think get it. But even many of us are just woefully misinformed about things, even though we think that we're out on top of things, right? We're staying involved. We try to go to school board meetings. We try to be involved in our kids' development. I am not my children's friend. They know that. Right? They know that. I have great relationships with my kids, and I'm grateful for that, but I'm not their friend. And I worry about that a lot, that the friend-parent dynamic, those lines get blurred between a lot of parents and their kids. So I think the people on the left will genuinely take these warning calls, right? As what's the red pill effect, what your kids are doing, not me, your kids like, I want some privacy. And we can respect that, right? We can certainly respect that. We all want it. But it's different now to be able to have these conversations with your children, especially the difficult conversations, so your kids know that they can trust you when the time comes. Because I really think this is the spot where we're going through right now, where our parenting skills is going to be really tested, really, really tested. And I agree, Ron, this goes beyond partisanship. This is about our kids. My concern is that people who support Charlie Kirk and or whatever else, that sort of extremism, just won't. They just won't. They'll allow it to happen. They'll think that their kid is speaking out, or my kid is independent. They're not going to be indoctrinated, right, by colleges and universities. We'll probably do that in the second half of our show today. But that was just an amazing conversation. I'm so grateful for Thickless and for Emmy joining us. I'm going to bring up Sam real quick because we're going to just shift gears a little bit, friends. And everybody keep tapping. Don't forget, we are crowdfunded here. You want to support the channel, you can do so at Factsstillmatter. Hello, how are you?
Howdy. I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Nice to see you. You've got something you want to talk about.
Yeah, I do. Actually, something a little bit different, although that has been such an amazing conversation, and I can't wait to continue it when we come back. I have something just a little bit different. Um, Still kind of on the same brainwave, I guess. As most of you know, or maybe this is the first time you're hearing about it, last week, Missouri legislature, wow, um, passed the new oh my gosh, I can't talk this morning, congressional map. And then a citizens referendum has been filed by a group called People Not Politicians Missouri. And we now have 90 days, well, I guess less than 90 now, to get enough signatures to send this to a public vote on the ballot. If you're in Missouri, I really, really, really want to urge you to go to Fax's Linktree. And there's a link there where you can sign so we can take this to the people. Right now, Missouri has 8 congressional districts and 6 are currently represented by Republicans. And this new map carves up Kansas City, and that would mean that Republicans would now hold 7 of the 8 seats. So the link is in Fax's Linktree, and I will also post the link in Discord for everybody. If you're in Missouri, please, please, please sign. We need the signatures.
Do you happen to know, Sam, how many signatures are needed? Or is it just, let's try to get as many as we can at this point?
I don't know. I know as of this moment, there's like 830 signatures, which is not a whole lot. Sure. So we need a lot more.
Well, like again, friends, that link to that is in the link tree that is in my bio. It's right near the top. It's one of the first things that you'll see. So it can only be Missouri residents. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, it has to be Missouri residents. It does ask you for your zip code. So it makes sure.
Fatina,
guys, this is,
go ahead.
I was just going to say it. You can, if you want.
Go for it. Go for it.
Oh, it's so, Missouri citizens, you know that the legislature passed the gerrymandered congressional map last week. This is the citizens referendum that was filed in order to have it put to a vote instead of the people in charge just passing it without us having a say at all, which tends to happen.
Just a little bit. See, you were nervous.
I know. I messed up a few words.
Nah, it's totally fine. Thank you for jumping in and letting people know. Again, the what's the name? What's the name of the? It's the link. The link is in the link tree in my bio.
Yeah, it's I can't remember what the group is called People Not Politicians Missouri.
Correct. That's what it says in the link tree. Mm-hmm. It's like the first or second link if you go to the link tree that's in my bio, friends. And if you live in Missouri, please sign it and spread the word. The link is also in our Discord.
Yep, I'll go post it right now.
I appreciate
you. Thank you.
You got it. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
So again, all these things are related as to what it is that we're trying to push back against, right? You know, that conversation with Emmy and also with Nicholas should really be a reminder, like we talk about here all the time, about how we need to be involved, right? And there's nothing more important than our kids. And I'm glad Nicholas brought up red pilling and black pilling, right? We know that's happening, but this is so much worse because you think that these innocent little communities are just there to provide entertainment, but it's not, right? It's not. Yeah, look, see what I mean? Oh, look, it's the super soft liber boy again. Soft. You see how pitiful people are? That's okay. We care more about your children's development than you do. We care more about your kids' safety than you do. We care more about your children's future than you do. We care more about your children's access to food, healthcare, water, safety, shelter than you do. We care more about their opportunity to live a life that's better than yours. That's why we're here. That's why we talk about it. That's why it's so important to have these really, really, sometimes difficult conversations. But at the end of the day, educational. That's our goal. So I think I'm going to pause there, friends. Like I mentioned earlier, this is probably a good place to take a break. I mentioned earlier, going to do the show in segments today because I've got some capitalism that I have to do at 10. Eastern time, but I'll be back probably around 10:45. So please come back. People don't know how to find the link tree. The link tree is in my bio. So if you go to my bio and you'll see the link tree, it's the first one you'll click. Also, the link to the YouTube channel is there as well, but the first link that you click will take you to the link tree. And the link tree is just a series of things that we discuss here on the show, organizations that you can support, resources, things like that. So you'll see it in there. It's a great spot to put it. And then you can, if you're a Missouri resident, you can sign because they'll ask for your zip code. So there you go. Again, thank you guys for being here. We're going to come back around between around 10:45 or so. So please come back and we'll do the second half of the show. We're going to dunk on the hypocrisy. So if you want to participate in some hypocrisy dunking, please join Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for coming back. Appreciate you guys. Hi. Welcome back. Appreciate y'all. You're all awesome. I appreciate you. What a great conversation we had, right, this morning. Hopefully you were able to catch that. You'll be able to watch the replay if you'd like on YouTube. If you haven't yet subscribed to our YouTube channel, please consider doing so. Love you too. Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. A few more things I wanted to kind of get to today. It's over on YouTube. It's over. Is it? Is it not up? Did it crash? No, we're back. I think we're back on the tube. Maybe. Thank you all again for being here. Appreciate you. Okay, so we were talking this morning about the whole destruction of responsible journalism, and the more we see it, the worse it's going to get, because as the conversation was, we're still live on the tube. The worse it's going to get, because we now know that the right is kind of stuck, because they have no way to go out of this mess that they've created. That's like the ultimate self-inflicted wounds, right? That they've created this maelstrom that they're stuck in the middle of, and they're just expecting people to continue to believe their lies and misinformation, and many will. There's no doubt about it. Just in the chat this morning, people are just like, "Oh, there's all this evidence. This person came out and they're part." Well, let's again focus on the things that we know, right? I'm going to play a little bit of sound for you from a couple people that you'll know, and I think it's appropriate as we continue to unpack the bullshit. I had to go do my liberal job because I do have a company that I run and working on another company, so that's what I had to go do. But thank you for coming back. One of the lies that we've been hearing from the right for so very, very long, Charlie Kirk being one of the people that helped perpetuate the lie, was higher education, devaluing higher education, questioning the validity of it and the return on the investment, calling it a scam, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of the people that are saying those things, of course, are the ones that have graduated or attended, institutions of higher learning. So that's, again, another assault that the right wants to make on institutions, whether they be things that they support or things that they not. So this was an interview on Fox on that very topic. So let's play this for you, because this is funny to me, because again, when you don't have an answer, a coordinated response. Everybody keep tapping like crazy. Tap, tap, tap. Share, share, share. Like, love. Okay. Tapping is clapping, sharing is caring, liking is loving, as you know. Don't forget, we are crowdfunded here. You want to support the channel, you can do so at Factsstillmatter. And don't forget, there's a gifting goal. So this is the sound that I'll play for you guys. This is interesting.
You heard the family member say that this man became more political, this young man became more political in recent years. Well, what did he do in recent years? He went to college.
Oh, did he?
That's where kids are getting radicalized. It's not just online. Our campuses are where a lot of radicalization, hate, and intolerance starts from.
Is it?
And so when he says it's an attack on all of us, I'm going to say this. No, it's an attack on conservatives. It's an attack on Christians.
Wow.
You heard the family.
Okay. And then we have Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly made some very bold statements too along those lines. So let's hear from Megyn Kelly. Hold on.
Political in recent years. Now, how did that happen? What did he do in recent years? He went to college.
Oh.
Guess what college does?
Oh.
It radicalizes young people.
Okay, that's good to know.
I don't know what happened to this particular.
Okay, that's really good to know, Megyn. I really appreciate you sharing that with us. The reason I appreciate it so much is because I was reminded that you have 2 degrees. As a matter of fact, one, you have a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Syracuse University in 1992, and then you wanted to get your JD from Albany Law School in 1995. It's interesting. Many conservative leaders, those that are critical of colleges and universities, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, same people, banging on this particular drum, are all Ivy League grads. So apparently, the radicalization, maybe they have been radicalized, but they certainly don't lean left now, do they? What's really interesting, though, is if you unpack this a little bit more, Tyler Robinson was enrolled in an electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. So the trades are now woke. Is that right? But what's even more important is that he briefly attended Utah State University for one semester. One semester. And you want to know something else? Utah State University is considered one of the most conservative colleges in America. Top 5%. Top 5%. USU, located in Logan, predominantly conservative area with strong Republicans within a strongly Republican state. It's a cultural conservative climate influenced in part by large presence of LDS. Surveys and student voting suggest that a higher share of students lean conservative or moderate than liberal. USU is less politically active or polarized compared to other universities, but politics are present and mostly conservative. So if that's if that's true, and we want to believe Megyn Kelly's words and or other Fox pundits and or everybody else about radicalization, then yeah, he was radicalized to be a far-right conservative. Yeah. Utah State leans conservative. In a survey of top Utah colleges, USU was ranked among those with the most conservative student bodies, and nationally in the top 10% of colleges considered the most conservative. So, okay, so if that's the pitch now that we want to make to perpetuate hate, and colleges and universities are radicalizing people, then yeah, you're right. Radicalized as a conservative. So he was radicalized in 1 month at a highly conservative school and then went into the trades, like to a trade school, and our trade schools now woke? Right? So which is it? What argument would you like to use, MAGA? Conservatives. Colleges and universities are woke. Liberal indoctrination factories. This college ain't liberal. Far from it. Far from it. It's wild, isn't it? In a list of the 79 most conservative colleges in the United States, Utah State is ranked number 11. Wow. And as students rank the nation's most conservative and liberal colleges by University Business, USU appears among the top 15 most conservatives. In some lists, it's high as number 9. Isn't it? Crazy. Crazy how that happens. Crazy. Indoctrination, right? Marcus, are you there? Tapping and clapping, friends. Don't forget about we are crowdfunded here. You want to support the channel, you can do so at Factsstillmatter. Appreciate you. Hey, Neil.
Hey, how you doing? You know, it really doesn't matter, you know, what happened in Pennsylvania, what happened in Colorado, what happened in Minnesota. It's their lack of accountability. They will never hold anyone of their own responsible for murder in any way.
Of course not.
And it's disturbing, and they keep on calling themselves Christians and patriots, but they're not patriots when it comes to Democrats being killed.
Let's be careful of some of our words, TikTok language, please. But no, you're right. No, you're right. That's kind of the point of the entire exercise today about are we the company we keep? The people that claim that they're not the violent extremists are the violent extremists. The people that claim that they're not racist, are transphobic, are bigoted, are misogynistic, are warmongering, do believe in political violence being the answer. So you're right, Neil. We'll never see accountability. Thanks for jumping in today, friend. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
You got it. That's the whole point, right? So you want to blame colleges and universities for indoctrination? Then how do you explain political mouthpieces? Have they been indoctrinated too? It's like you're calling yourself out. I went to college, proud of it. I was certainly indoctrinated to be introduced to other people, to be exposed to different cultures. Taught me how to critically think. Taught me how to navigate the minefield that is misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. All that. It's okay, Neil. You're good, man. Don't worry about it. These things happen. You're no sweat. Hearts in the chat for Neil. That's accountability right there. You see that? You see that, MAGA? A simple thing like, hey, I apologize. Thank you, Neil. Hearts in the chat for Neil. It's not that hard. It's just a decision that people have to make, right? I'm going to be accountable for my actions. I'm going to be responsible. I'm going to call out bullshit when I see it. And then that leads us to, there was a recent episode on MSNBC, and I can't think of, I want to say Matt Schlapp, maybe. It might have been Matt Schlapp who got suspended, who got fired from MSNBC because he said things that they considered too controversial. And they removed him. Accountability. But then we get Fox News. Not necessarily known for being very responsible journalistically, if we can even use that word. Brian Kilmeade was on with the Five, on the Fox and Friends, and this is what he had to say. This was a horrible, absolutely horrible controversy, which relates exactly to what we're saying today. Because people who watch it, who mainline Fox News, who are just absolutely all about their rhetoric and their hate, loved it. Hey, buddy, come here. Loved it. They loved it. So this is the sound.
Billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to this point?
Wow. I would say this. We're not voting for the right people. In North Carolina, wake up.
Billions of dollars to mental health.
Involuntary lethal. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. The houseless community, of which many are veterans now, aren't they? What's the estimate? Between 18 and 22% of houseless people in America are veterans. So in Brian's world, he prescribes to the Stephen Miller theory of eradication, right? In Brian's world, we should just give them involuntary would be you don't get to choose, just like involuntary servitude. Slavery that they don't want to talk about. You are the company you keep. People who watch and get off on that shit. And the left is violent? and exactly, Smitty. And he still has his job. Okay. He did offer this feeble-ass apology that I'll play it for you.
On Wednesday, Lawrence, in the morning, we were discussing the murder of Irina Zaruska in Charlotte, North Carolina, and how to stop these kinds of attacks by homeless, mentally ill assailants, including institutionalizing or jailing such people so they cannot attack again. Now, during that discussion, I wrongly said they should get lethal injection.
You wrongly said, dude? No, you didn't wrongly say it. You fucking doubled down. You wrongly said it?
I apologize for that extremely callous remark. I'm obviously aware that not all mentally ill homeless people act as the perpetrator did in North Carolina, and that so many homeless people deserve our empathy and compassion. Lawrence, back to you.
Thanks, Brian. I'll see you tomorrow.
Funny that you talk about empathy now, isn't it, Brian? Because people like you and others in your circle have been demanding empathy for Charlie Kirk. Demanding it. Charlie Kirk deserves our empathy. He literally said involuntary lethal injection to address the houseless population. And that was his apology? You think he's going to get fired from Fox? Fuck no. No way. No way. You're right. He was obviously forced to say that. He was obviously forced to say it. No doubt about it. involuntary lethal injections. You are the company you keep. You are the company you keep. Like I said to start the first half of our show today, and we're gonna get into the grouper stuff a little bit more tomorrow because I just want to give it enough time because there's a lot to unpack there. And again, I want to thank Emmy for joining earlier and Thickles for the first segment of our show today. That was incredible on that particular section. So again, you can go back and watch the stream on YouTube if you'd like, because we'll get into that. But there's no accountability there. Say what you want, and again, you guys know how I feel about mainstream media, legacy media in general. I think it's all trash because they're going for clicks. But there is certain levels of accountability that certain news institutions are willing to take, including MSNBC, for firing someone who said something controversial. Not like that. Not like that. And then he's clamoring for empathy. They should be showing empathy for Charlie Kirk. Really? Why? For what? For what? How does he deserve empathy? And in that same segment, don't forget, we have the President of the United States saying this.
How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less.
Couldn't care less.
The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem.
Right.
And they're vicious and they're horrible and they're politically savvy.
The radicals on the right stormed the Capitol. The radicals on the right, many of them who were convicted or confessed to their crimes invading, committing insurrection in an attempt to violently overthrow the government, because that's what the fuck it is, had criminal records before, got pardoned by the predator in chief, got out of jail, and went back to their criminal ways, and in some cases were found guilty again for committing crimes against children. But you're okay with that, MAGA. You guys are fine with that because you can't go back on your word and stop supporting them, but yet you'll focus on an incident involving a Ukrainian woman. That you suddenly now support Ukraine? It's wild how that works. You are the company you keep. You are the company that you keep. Your hypocrisy is just showing, and we're gonna mock you with it. Hey, brother, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. What's going on?
There's been two things that keep popping up that the way that they've been talking about this.
Can you drive? I trust you to drive. There's somebody at my door. I got to go deal with it. It's driving me crazy. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Absolutely. Sorry about that. Go ahead. So there's two things that have been going on with this that have been driving me crazy is the way the first point I had brought up while you were gone, Steve, was just the fact that they keep attacking, they keep saying that this was all caused by hateful rhetoric. But the irony is that they're attacking anyone who points out that CK had a lot of hateful rhetoric.
Absolutely.
It's kind of ironic that way. But the other thing
well,
is
they don't. I mean, I think the hypocrisy, Drew, is that they don't see it as hateful. Like when he says that black women wouldn't concede, they're not smart enough basically to navigate shit, that they're taking a white woman's slot, or when you see a black pilot, you wonder if they're qualified. They don't see that as racist. They don't see the things that they talk. They don't see the things that Nancy Mace says about the trans community as transphobic, because they're transphobic. They don't see the diminishing of women as being misogynistic because they're misogynists. So, it's tough to break through that cone of hate, as I like to say.
And they're upholding this guy as a bastion of free speech, right? That's what they keep screaming about is that, oh, he was such this bastion of free speech. But look what they're doing to people who are speaking out and telling the truth about this man. They're putting them on lists. They're attacking them online. They're getting them fired. They're doing all these crazy things that they claim that this guy was supposed to be upholding. So the hypocrisy has been through the roof. I mean, it's the whole thing. That's what's been watching everything this weekend, and just kind of keeping up with stuff. And that's what I constantly see is that every argument they make is contradicted by their own argument.
Exactly. It's a great way to put it. The claims. I mean, to me, I think the perfect examples is when the governor of Utah comes out, Governor Cox, comes out and said that he prayed for 33 hours that this was someone outside of their state or outside of their country, so it would be easy to blame that person on what happened, only to realize that it's one of his own. Only to realize that it's literally one of his own. Raised in a conservative family. Dad was in law enforcement and I believe a pastor. There's a picture of his father with a 3%er shirt on. MAGA granny said their entire family's MAGA. All these connections to extreme right organizations, Groyper, for example, and their only way to respond to it is to say his roommate and partner was a trans woman. I mean, that's their only response. That's it. That's all they have.
It sums up.
That's all they have.
The MAGA movement so well. It sums up the MAGA movement so well that it's easier to blame someone else than to look inside and see where your own problems are. And I mean, and I when I listened to that, I was trying to be like rational, be like, okay, well, maybe he's just misspeaking, and he was hoping it wasn't somebody local. But it, like you said, it goes so much deeper. And even if it is someone local, it's like, man, we have a problem. We have to address it. He didn't want to say that. It has to be somebody else. It has to be someone on the outside. It has to be them, not us. It has to be them, and that's the problem.
Well, that's the whole point, Drew, right? They just other. It's just easy to other people because they can't look in the mirror. I appreciate your perspective as always, my friend. Thanks for jumping in today.
Talk to you soon, man. Thanks.
Later, brother. He's right. I mean, and again, everything that we have discussed in this space and in other spaces for the last 10 plus years has kind of brought it to this moment. That's why I spoke to you guys a couple of weeks ago about how this is the end of MAGA, because they can't run from any of this. They can't run from it. What did the president say again? What did he say? He said, smart people don't like him. Smart people don't like him. You're right, which means dumb people do. So Kash Patel is one of the most incompetent people I have ever seen in any kind of leadership position. It is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And they're gonna, once again, I want to say this very, very clearly for MAGA in the back. Okay? The only source that you have for a claim that's made that the gentleman who's accused of unaliving CK roommate was trans and was this person's romantic partner. The only source that you have for that is the FBI, led by Pam Bondi and Kash Patel. That news, that statement, then got in the hands of right-wing media. And they have retracted. All the ones that are semi-responsible. The Guardian, Wall Street Journal, have all redacted the story. Have all redacted the story. No, CNN did not report on that. CNN reported on what the FBI said. There is no evidence of that at all because there's been no public statement. Claims about ideology imprinted and engraved on casings. Nope. Been debunked. There are people in this space that are so fucking desperate to hang this horrible crime on a member of the trans community that they're willing to just continue to mainline disinformation. Just watch the comments scroll by. They think a primary source in this case, well, sadly it is, a primary source is the FBI. That's it. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else. There's no there. And like I mentioned earlier, they're also running with this story, that this gentleman right here. Okay, this guy. This guy was accused of being, I forget his name again. What is it? I saw it on here. I forgot his name. It just slipped my mind. The right used this narrative as this gentleman right here, who is not Tyler. The right has been running with this gentleman being accused of being this. What's it? Jack. His name is Jack. The right has been, and actually I saw some lives over the weekend using this picture with that shirt. That shirt has connections to the Democratic Socialist Movement, right? They've been using this picture to try to convince their followers, right, that this person is this person. They're not the same people. They're not the same people. They're not. And what I find extremely disturbing is that even when confronted with that, they still won't accept responsibility because they are so desperate to hate people for no reason. They need to find someone to blame other than themselves. They try the trans partner relationship. That's blown up in their face because the only source is the FBI. Redactions made by the Guardian, redactions made by the Wall Street Journal. No, other than the FBI, there is no source. There is no public statement. Nothing. That's not. No. You're wrong again, Top Dog. You're just wrong again. Thank you for proving my point. They have nothing. Then they try to say, well, he was indoctrinated at college. You mean the number 10 ranked conservative college in America out of 900, whatever the number was, ranked number 10 or in the top 15 in most surveys? That college was indoctrinated there. I will be straight with you. We tried our best in our space to just say we're going to talk about what we know. What we know, the majority of what we know points to his conservative roots. Now that does not justify. There's no motive. We don't have a motive yet. We don't have a motive. We certainly do know that he's got connections to Groyper, and we'll get into Groyper tomorrow because there's a lot to unpack there. But we know that, and they're far right. It's a Nick Fuentes-led division of alt-right. It's extremely right. The language on the casings, it's not trans and Antifa ideology. It's gamer ideology. It connects to Groyper. No, I watched the press conference. You missed it. This is what happens when you prime tens of millions of people with propaganda and disinformation. This is what happens. This is what happens. We get ourselves in this space now when people who are averse and afraid of higher education don't know how to think, don't know how to navigate misinformation, propaganda, disinformation. So they'll say, well, mainstream media was talking about it. No, the mainstream media was, aside from Fox, was reporting on that the FBI made the claim. Didn't happen. Here it is again. This is the governor on CNN.
Not sure about that piece right now.
Hold on.
Now, live is Utah Governor Spencer Cox. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get to all that in a moment, but I do want to start with some.
And don't forget, Spencer Cox is the same guy that said, I prayed for 33 hours that it was somebody from outside our state, outside the country, so that I could other them. Then he realized, oh shit, it's one of our own. Between that statement and this interview, he was contacted by the president. Interesting.
Of the many unanswered questions about the investigation, you told the Wall Street Journal that it is, quote, very clear to us and to the investigators that this was a person who was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. Can you elaborate on that and be more specific?
Yeah, please elaborate.
Well, sure. So that information comes from the people around him, from his family members.
No, it doesn't.
And friends. That's how we got that information. Again, there's so much
really from around him, is people around him and his friends. Really? Okay, so let's check on that, shall we? Let's see if that's true. Let's see if that's true. Because I was curious about that, so I went through the information that was shared. So here's one in particular. Wall Street Journal walked back the trans Antifa engravings. The Guardian removed quotes about Robinson being really leftist. The Guardian initially published quotes from a high school acquaintance saying Robinson was really leftist. It later added an editor's note saying those quotes were removed after the source said it couldn't reliably remember their relationship with Robinson. While some government sources like Utah Governor Spencer Cox has said Robinson had left-leaning political views or was influenced by certain ideologies, multiple pieces make clear that no definitive motive has been established, and reports urge caution in inferring motive from the inscriptions that media or anecdotal remarks were made. Back to this interview.
We're learning.
This is what he said. Here you go.
Information comes from the people around him, from his family members and friends. That's how we got that information.
Nope. You're fucking lying. You are flat out lying to the citizens of your state and everybody else that's watching, because the stories have been redacted. The sources that you're citing have redacted the information themselves. And here you are again, lying.
Information. Again, there's so much more that we're learning and so much more that we will learn. There will be official charges will be filed on Tuesday, and there will be much more evidence and information available then. And again, we're interviewing all kinds of people, everyone that knows him, and trying to learn more about what that motive actually was.
Well, some outlets are reporting that the suspect lived with a transgender partner. Is that accurate? And are investigators looking at this part of his life as a possible motivation?
Yes, definitely. And yes, I can confirm that. I know that has been reported, and that the FBI has confirmed that as well.
You can't confirm it other than the FBI. Luca, you said I was wrong. What was I wrong about?
Yeah. So you're being misleading, and you're wrong.
What?
So
let's talk about wait a minute. You said I was wrong. What am I wrong about? What am I wrong about?
You're wrong that he is MAGA or a far right individual.
How am I wrong?
You want him to be so bad. But
no. Why am I wrong? Luca, tell me why I'm wrong about that.
Show me one MAGA person who's dating a trans.
So once again, Luca, you're a bigot. Accept that, and then you can leave.
How's that bigoted?
Thank you for proving my point exactly. Thank you for proving my point exactly. I use that as an experiment for you, friends. I use that as an experiment. Thank you for proving my point. You know what you don't know, Luca? Is that the overwhelming searches for trans corn comes from Republican states and Republican cities. Texas, Georgia, Kentucky, Missouri, Kansas, Virginia, North Carolina, Illinois, Mississippi, and Tennessee. 8 of the top 10 sources for trans corn comes from those states. You probably didn't know that, did you? You literally just walked right into the point. And you don't care because you're being fed information, disinformation, propaganda to fuel your hatred. To fuel your hatred. Literally walked right into the fucking point. Thank you for participating in our social experiment. Appreciate you. Name one MAGA that would date a trans person. Well, hate to tell you the truth, but we certainly fucking know. You should research femboys, Luca. Isn't it wild to walk right into that point? Because they're going to choose to believe whatever supports their hate, whatever it is. That was a real-time example of everything that we've been talking about this morning. So, Luke, you're going to sit in the chat and listen like a good boy. You have been lied to again. You have been lied to again. Period. You have no idea how damaging this is to the people in your life, because we care more about the people in your life than you do. You have been told that there was a romantic relationship, and there's no evidence of that at all, other than the FBI, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi's FBI. We've had newspaper articles, I just read it for you, who've redacted the information they reported on. Retracted it, I should say. Retracted it. No, we don't have any evidence of that. So much so, Luca, so sit still and shut the fuck up. Wall Street Journal amended earlier reporting on engravings with ideological content. Early reports claimed the bullet and ammunition casings had engravings related to, quote, transgender and anti-fascist ideology. Later reporting and statements by officials clarified that the inscriptions were memes, video game references, and other non-ideological phrases. No confirmation of political ideology. You've been lied to again, Luca. Lied to again. And you don't care because you're a racist, bigot, transphobe, misogynist, etc., etc., etc. You are the company you keep. Again, thank you for playing our social experiment game. I appreciate you very much. Gaz, how are you today?
I'm good. How you doing, Steve?
Fine. What's on your mind?
So, I think this just kind of proves that the right doesn't really care that Charlie Kirk was unalive. They care that they care to make sure that Charlie Kirk was unalive by someone on the left.
Well, that's what they wanted to. That's what they wanted to believe, right?
Exactly. If they cared about his unaliving, they would take the facts as they come, rather than immediately trying to find any way to pin it on the left.
Because they can't square it in their own brain that it was one of their own. Actually, it was even more extreme than them, because the Groypers thinks MAGA is a bunch of cucks.
Yep. But
yeah.
They don't want to accept that. It's bizarre to them that the party that commits 75% of domestic terrorism is doing more. But
yeah, it's even higher than that. But you're right. Exactly. You're right, Gaz. You're right.
It's ridiculous.
It's wild. Thanks for jumping in today, bro. I appreciate you very much. Have a good day. Be safe out there. We just watched it in real time. Name one MAGA that would date a trans person. Well, sorry to tell you, but you probably didn't know that the stats that we gave you regarding your search history proclivity, we'll say. Angry, violent white boys. Exactly. And you've been lied to again. You guys have been lied to again and again and again. Every single opportunity you have, every single chance that you get to spew your hatred, there's always a response. And the response is always, no, the only claim is coming from this person. Well, they went. No, they didn't. Well, no, they didn't do that either. Desperate to blame someone else for your bullshit. Desperate. And you can't worm your way out of it this time. Good morning, Matt. How are you today? Matt, are you there? Hello, Matt. Matt going once. Matt going twice. Good day, Matt. What I don't get specifically, what I don't get is you should be angry that there's a group of people that are further right than you. Y'all thought you were the most extreme. Hello, Diana. How are you today? Diana, are you there? What's going on today? I don't know. You should be mad at the people who actually might have allegedly, again, we're not like the right. We're going to go allegedly until we know for sure. We know that he's been arrested. You should be angry that there's people further right of you and they think you're a bunch of cucks. So the groypers and liberals have something in common. We both think MAGA's a fucking joke because of how fucking gullible they are. How just unbelievably indoctrinated they are. Yeah, can we see? Yeah, we've been talking about it all morning. We've been talking about it all morning about how the evidence of his connections. Again, I'm stating what we know. We have all these examples of connections to things that he's posted online, communities that he was a part of, right? References made on the casings that were found. All those things point to gamer culture, groypers, subreddits, blackpilling, etc. Okay? We haven't heard from him. He's not cooperating. But we know that the groyper community, not big fans of Charlie Kirk at all. I'm not stating that any connections point to a motive because we don't have a motive. That's what the right has done. That's what the right has done. Indoctrinated colleges and universities. Okay, one of the most conservative colleges in America where he attended for a month, then went to trade school. Are trade schools now woke? We have you, MAGA, trapped in a vice right now. The vice comment was for you, Victoria. We have you trapped in a vice right now. Because no matter where you turn, you've got people on further right of you who are calling you out, saying that you're fake and you're bullshit and you're cucks. And then people on the left who've been saying that forever are just reminding you that you and your right-wing extremists are the ones that are perpetrating the majority of political violence in our country. And it's not even close. Not even close. Not even close. We've gone through the exercise. We've broken it down. We look at the Southern Poverty Law Council. We look at the Anti-Defamation League. We look at the FBI. They've been tracing and tracking right-wing political violence for decades. And it's just gotten worse and worse and worse on the right. Over and over and over and over again. And again, the governor of Utah, who's trying to make a name for himself, I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but he's desperately trying to make a name for himself. Desperately trying. Has come out and said, I prayed. Well, let me just play you the sound. It's just so embarrassing. My God. It's just crazy to make a statement like this.
You know, this bad stuff happens. And for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place.
Is it?
We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here.
That's right. BT Dubs, there's reporting that a TikTok deal may have been reached. Don't know yet. We'll learn more. At this point, I'm just hearing it from the administration, so don't know. Don't know what that means, but anyway. So here you are again. Even that guy during that press conference fucking knew it. He knew. Just a little bit more from Governor Cox. He really thinks voters are stupid. He really does, and he's hoping for that.
Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has
listen to this dribble. Just listen to this.
Different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU.
What? This is what happens when you lie repeatedly. This is what happens when you're in the MAGA cult and you go out and go public with, God damn, I really hoped it was some blue-haired, radical, liberal, queer folk person or an immigrant so I could easily blame it on them. Lo and behold, it's one of our own. So, and then I got a phone call from the president, like I really fucked up. So now I've got to come out and regurgitate FBI-driven and ideologued lies that have since been retracted by news publications. And then I'm going to say, well, yeah, he was in one set of clothing, then he changed into another set of clothing, then he changed again into another set of clothing, and then we found him. And then Kash Patel is going to say, we did great police work, even though you didn't do fuck. And this is what you're holding. And then we have idiots come up today and say, there ain't no way no MAGA person would ever have a relationship with a trans person. It's because he's not alleged to be MAGA. Because he thinks MAGA's a bunch of cucks, bunch of cowards, bunch of fascists. They call you fascists too. It's wild, right? It's really wild. But this is the path that you chose. This is the path that you chose, and you're in it now. And we're going to embarrass you. Hello, Hope Flowers. How are you today?
Hi, I'm doing good. I just wanted to make a point to the last guest that they really don't care, specifically MAGA, because when CK's unaliving happened, I made a post first saying that, I don't condone anyone losing their life. But I also made a post talking about we need more gun regulation because it's the school shootings. My nephew started second grade and had to have a clear book bag. It's obviously something happening in this country. And I got called a dumb A because of the gun laws. So I'm like, well, because I'm saying that we need more restriction. So I'm like, well, what do you think we should do? What do you think the problem is if it's not more gun laws? And basically he's like, it's the opinions of people. I'm like, opinions? People's opinions. It's almost like an oxymoron that you're mad about what happened, but you also are saying that opinions are the problem. It just doesn't make sense to me. And it kind of makes me feel like there's no arguing, they don't even care what's right and what's wrong at this point.
You're right. They don't, full well any opportunity they can get to marginalize communities like yours and others, right? Any excuse they can find. Anyone, and they'll try to find it no matter how ridiculous it is, they will try to find some way to blame a marginalized community. Some way, somehow.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I really do hope that something good happens. It's kind of looking like I don't even know if I want to go outside in my community because I know how these people think. I know that they don't even care about logic at this point. They don't care about, safety or anything. They just want to be right and they want to rule. And that's pretty much what it's given. Yeah.
Correct. Thank you for jumping in today. I appreciate you very much. Thanks for being here. Have a good day.
You too.
She's right. Right? She's right. What did we say before? What was the a lot. Hold on a second. People want to claim, just like they want to claim the president's not racist. Well, we know he is. They don't think it's racist. That's why they say he's not racist. So if pick any liberal, if Jamie Raskin said, black women do not have the processing power to be taken seriously. You have to go steal a white person's slot. You know full well what the response would be in right-wing circles. Or if Joe Biden said, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. They would be calling for his head. LGBTQ is a social contagion. Imagine if Adam Schiff said that. I can't stand the word empathy. Okay? Again, they're talking about demanding empathy. We need to be showing empathy for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's own words. I can't stand the word empathy. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term, and it does a lot of damage. Charlie Kirk's words, we made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s. We need armed militias to prevent the diminishing and decreasing of white demographics. Oh yeah, read the whole quote. Okay. Thank you again for proving my point. Of course it was taken out of context. Of course it was. So what part of when I see if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna like, boy, I hope he's qualified. What part of that is taken out of context? What part of that? What part of black women do not have the processing power to be taken seriously? You have to go steal a white person's slot. What part of that is taken out of context? I can't stand the word empathy. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term, and it does a lot of damage. Again, what about this comment? Black women do not have the processing power to be taken seriously? You have to go steal a white person's slot? What part of that is taken out of context? Oh, he prefers sympathy. Right. Again, we're watching what we are talking about this morning happening in the chat. People saying, that's not racist. That's not racist. No, of course not. That can't be racist. Only a racist would say that. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
How are you doing?
I'm all right, brother. What's going on?
You know, Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit. I'm just going to say it. He was not a good person, just like the people they voted for in the White House. And to have empathy for a guy that demonized black people, that demonized women, that demonized minorities. You know, the one good thing is now he can ask Jeffrey Epstein where the files are.
Good point.
There was one positive.
Good point.
You know, I made a video. I'm going to put it out today on YouTube about Spencer Cox. Yeah, the fact that he said that he was hoping so badly that it would be a brown person so we can go right into his white supremacy.
Correct.
You know, I was going to ask you a question.
Sure.
I've been saying this for months, and I think the whole thing with Charlie Kirk has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. They got a very small taste of what black people have felt like since the inception of this country, and that shit on their porch, and I think it triggered them. Does that make sense the way I'm saying that?
Yeah.
I feel like that's what this is, because they've never been targeted, and they feel like, oh, now all of that awfulness that we've done to other people is now coming back at us, and we don't know how to handle it.
Well, first of all, they don't ever see themselves in the wrong. I mean, I think about, the inside the mind of MAGA. You and I probably have talked about this offline about how they generally feel like they are warriors of God. Like they feel, especially the Christian nationalist cult, which of course Charlie Kirk was a Christian nationalist, no doubt about it. Those people feel like whatever they do or say is in defense of something more important. So the sacrifices that Charlie Kirk talked about is worth it because of, or in Kash Patel's mind, Valhalla or whatever. They don't feel like they're in the wrong. They don't feel like the things that he says about women or the queer community or the black community are racist and or transphobic and or misogynistic because they support that shit.
They also believe this is a Christian nation, and they don't even, again, it goes back to the Smithsonian. They don't want the white people's feelings. Like, we stole black people because white people were too lazy. The founding fathers were pieces of shit that owned black people. They said the 3/5 clause. Steve, I thought we're all made in the same image of God. Were they made in the shadow of God? I mean, it's such bullshit to say. But in their view, this is a Christian nation, and that really is code name for I'm a white male, I'm the apex predator, everybody bend the knee to me, and I'm going to weaponize religion in order to scare you into thinking that this is our country.
That's exactly right. That's Apex Predator just triggered me because I'm directing my daughter in Mean Girls, and that's a song from the show. Anyway, non sequitur, but you're absolutely right. And somebody said it. They wouldn't even like Jesus if he was here. Jesus, the brown skinned socialist.
Let me give you a quick metaphor, because I think you're up your show. Well, look.
No, I'm going to go a little bit longer today because I had to take a little break, but that's fine. Go for it.
Because you know how I talk about this, how I feel about these Christians. If you go back to the original Sanhedrin, okay, they saw this Jesus guy, and Jesus wouldn't conform to their religious ideology. They don't like what he says, so we're going to put him on a cross and beat him and unalive him. Fast forward to 2020. I don't like the results of an election. We're going to storm the Capitol and beat police officers. That the original MAGA actually put Jesus up on the cross, and it's just gone from that to red hats. I don't think it's any different. I think that's where it started. They've always justified violence in the name of God since the inception.
Yeah. Somebody just said that, what was that comment? Hold on. It's great. Jesus better have his papers if he wants to come here. Right? He better come here legally.
I know. There is one thing that I get hope in, Steve, and I won't take up too much of your time. When the orange guy with the plantation owner goes up to heaven, there's going to be no diapers, no makeup, no Diet Cokes, no Big Mac, no cult, no money, no fake news. He's going to stand there, and he's going to have his ass handed to him. And I pray, if I was to ask for one thing on this earth, that I am there, and he is born down to the Pharisee that he is, and he's saying, you're not welcome here, but here's your new roommate, Jeffrey Epstein. I pray to God that I'm there that day when I get to see that.
I appreciate you, Paul. For those of you who don't follow Paul, please do. We've known each other on TikTok for a very, very long time. We've talked offline. Exceptional human being right here, out doing the work. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
All right, buddy.
Later. There. It's right, though. Right. This is the wild part to me. My objective brain, I try to look at this like, okay, these people are claim to be so devout in their faith and just don't give a flying fuck about the teachings of Jesus. Don't fucking care. They just want to use it. Well, just pray it away. They just want to use it. Use it as they can justify it in their own mind. Like when they're searching, we know exponentially that they are consumers of trans corn. So when they're doing that, they can justify by saying, hey, we're all sinners. For what? To what end? To what end? You just generally don't care. You just generally don't care. Just in that little experiment this morning came up here. What kind of MAGA? Well, lots of MAGA, apparently. Lots of MAGA would like to have a trans partner. Lots. At least fantasize about it. Not talk about it publicly, of course. Nope, but fantasize about it. You are so desperate to think. You're so desperate to want to believe that it couldn't be one of your own. And to be honest, it's probably not one of your own. It's somebody even further right of you. Because again, the Groyper movement, the far right movement, thinks that you're a bunch of cucks. That you're fake patriots, like we always talk about. They just don't care. You don't care. You just feel like you're on the right side of history. Guess we'll see. Top to not to. How are you today?
Hey, how you doing?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, it's just an observation that I had. Just going back to, like what you were just talking about. Oh, what MAGA would have a relationship with transgender or whatever. These are the same people.
A trans person, please. Let's try to just
a transgender person. Yeah, a trans person. Yep. And but these are the same people who 1 year ago were running all over the internet bragging about, look at these people. They're holding signs, LGBTQ for MAGA. Remember that for Trump. So these are the same people who were bragging about that, but now suddenly they're so far away from, the LGBTQ people, now that the election is over. But also, another funny thing that I was just thinking about, we have a long list of connections for this, for what's his name, Tyler, the shooter, Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, Robinson.
Tyler Robinson. We have a long list of connections, connecting him to, Republican Republican mother, Republican father, Republican grandmother. Whole family is Republican. No one in their family is a Democrat. Raised in gun culture, trained by his father to shoot guns as a child, and all this other stuff. All these long connections that connect them to the right. But it's just funny that if they find one thing that connects them to the left, they're going to run nonstop with that. And the saddest part about it is they will probably get away with it because they're going to broadcast that through every podcast platform they have, through every news station that they have. The government itself will put it out because, as we know, the government has been overthrown. It's full of Trump loyalists. So they will broadcast that out through the government, all the channels they have. And if they find just one little connection, even though we have all of this raised in the right wing his whole life, but if they find one thing, like they're trying to do now. So it's just a observation that I was listening to.
I appreciate you, Top. Have a good day, friend. Thanks for jumping in today. Appreciate you. See you later.
Thank you.
He's right. I mean, it's something that I just sort of picked up on there, right? It's just it's MAGA in sort of self-implosion, right? Kind of they're eating themselves from within. The rot is finally catching up to them. So there's vulnerability within their movement. And then people on the left are saying, this is ridiculous. We're finally, maybe I'm holding out hope that they're fighting back a little bit, right? Calling it what it is, identifying what it is. And then you've got, clowns to the left of them, jokers to the right, MAGA stuck in the middle. So they're literally being, I don't know, you want to use the term targeted, whatever that might be. But that far right wing is extreme. They're nihilistic, as Nicholas was talking about early. They'll burn it all down, and they want to start with MAGA. That's who they want to start with, because they're like, you guys are fucking ridiculous. You're not real fascists. You're not real extremists. You're fake. You're phony. You're false. You're bullshit. So they're calling you out too, and the desperation is just oozing out of people, oozing out. And I'm here for it. I'll make popcorn, to be perfectly honest, because we've had to deal with their bullshit for so long. And I feel like there's opportunity here. I feel like there's opportunity here for all of us. I'm not going to break bread with groypers because they're horrible individuals as well. But there's cracks in the MAGA armor, and it's getting wider and wider and wider. Hello, Victoria.
Hello. Did you get out of that tight spot? That tight vice?
Listen, that was meant to embarrass you. You can't play it back on me now. Sorry.
You're the one who's turning red, sweetheart.
I turn red when Kipper walks in the room. Like, it doesn't really fucking matter.
Yeah, no. So to add to this conversation, now that we've had our quick moment of making the Silverfax blush, I'm not surprised by anything that they're saying. I've been going back and forth on my Congress Facebook page with someone I actually know. And they're just making heinous comments and, talking about schnazis and how they must have thought he was a schnazi. And that's why. So but all schnazis should unalive. And I was just like, not an acceptable comment. And he does not like that I will not let it go. I'm like, it is not acceptable to make this statement. Two things can be true. We can think that Charlie Kirk was a schnazi. We can also say that political violence and pew-pew violence is unacceptable. Two things can be true. And the fact that you are advocating for violence, and you know me, know where I live, all those things, and making these statements and further perpetrating an act of violence is unacceptable, because it's not only a threat to anyone who has a political leaning, which we're already seeing with the website coming up that is doxing people. It is dangerous for any candidate running for office, any elected official currently in office. This has real life consequences. And they are perpetrating and continue to perpetrate it more and more. And they don't care, because it's okay for them to say those things. It's okay for them to be an ism or a phobia, because they don't see it as bad. And they want to equate opinions to things that are bad. And that's not the same. That's apples and oranges.
You're right. I mean, I think what we're kind of, and you and I sort of talk about this, what we're witnessing is like this sort of self-implosion, though, because the lies have kind of caught up to them. So before, at least the lies were consistent. They could all stay on one particular lie. But now there's this lie over here about the Epstein files. There's this lie over here about the economy. There's this lie over here about this lie over here about that. And the lies are, because depending on who's speaking, they're contradicting themselves. Mike Johnson saying that Trump was an FBI agent. That got debunked quickly. People jumped on that. You see, Trump's an FBI agent. He was on the inside trying to bring down the deep state. 24 hours later, no, he was an FBI agent. Yeah, see that? I knew he wasn't an FBI agent because that would have been too easy. This is what happens. This is what happens when you prescribe to this notion that everything coming out of the mouth of the right-wing echo chamber led by Trump and elected members of Congress, if you hold on that to be the truth, then when that lie explodes in your face, then what? Kash Patel is way out over his skis. He is so incompetent. He has no fucking idea what he's doing. He loves the idea of being FBI director. He gets to sit behind the desk and play with all the toys, right? Imagine himself, probably tries on different uniforms, sort of preens in the mirror, all that kind of shit. He has no fucking idea what he's doing. No fucking idea. No idea. So again, I'll say this. MAGA Republicans want to defund the police. MAGA Republicans are pro-crime. MAGA Republicans are pro-criminal. That's your slogan. Wear it. Because the big, beautiful bill defunded the police. Literally. Literally defunded the police. So.
I mean, and they think that they're unique. I think that's probably my favorite part. So I was at a summit this weekend, a democracy summit here in Tennessee, and the diversity in the room. The diversity,
a lot of radical leftists there.
So much radical, so many radicals. The most radical. It was the best radical. Anyway, but like the diversity in the room and the diversity in the opinions, the diversity of just where we stood on the political spectrum, and we were all coming together. The right doesn't have that same level of diversity. Not only do they mostly look like different versions of potatoes, they have the same, their opinions don't differ. And I explained this of like why I come up on these lives and I still do the debate aspect. Is one, it's practice, and two, it gives me like insight to what I'm going to hear in my regular life. Every argument that I've heard on this app from right wingers, right extremists, all of them, I hear in real life. I can hear those debates coming to the point that when there was the Kamala Trump debate, I knew what Trump was saying, like what he was saying and where he was going with it. And most of the people in the room hadn't heard those before because the right wing is an echo chamber, and they have that echo chamber and that infrastructure to continue to push out these same fall in line like ideas. Now they're seeing some of the division of that, where you can only go further right. You can only go further right because the moderates won't win in Republican spheres anymore. They just can't.
It's true.
Because of the way that they are. I mean, you look at my opponent's primary opponent, he's going further right than my opponent. And that's intentional because they can only become more extreme.
Correct.
And that's why there's this infrastructure around them. And it's why those narratives, we hear it so often on this app. And then the flip side of that is we don't have any of those. Like MSNBC, which I don't really watch. I don't like watching the news anymore. I don't like like whatever. I like the idea of, I just want you to tell me the news, tell me what the weather's going to be like, and let's go about our day. Like, I don't want this person's getting married and this extreme, like, stop, make it fucking boring. I want it to be boring. I want it to be NPR, mundane, lull me to sleep at some point. because it
Agreed.
shouldn't
Boring.
be that way.
Give me boring. Give me boring.
Yeah. And we don't have that same infrastructure on the left. And that's something that we're going to have to do. And we're going to have to step up our game in order to get young people, because part of the summit was sitting down and looking at the voters in Tennessee and young people, why they didn't vote. And it comes down to 3 different types of voters and where those all fall. And it was very, very enlightening. But we have to create some establishment, because not only is the right removing those infrastructures that we are seeing, like that they're removing infrastructures and putting in place their own. So there's no education on media literacy in high school and in elementary school and political debate and all those things. And that's intentional, because it means you're more likely to fall into that alt-right pipeline that we've been talking about. Clearly, the homeschool movement is littered with alt-right propaganda. Like, these are clear ways that they can funnel people forward. And
let's be careful. Let's be careful about that statement. I'm going to push back on that. There are subsets in any culture that can be red-pilled. I don't want to label the homeschool community as being necessarily that, because you've got school boards. You've got school boards that are stacked with moms of liberty. So we can't just say that it's homeschool, right? I think every institution is being red-pilled. Every institution is becoming more and more extreme. I know what you mean, but it's not. We can't isolate it to that community, right?
Yeah, we can't isolate it. And to correct, because like I understand that homeschool is an option. What I was alluding to and what I was talking about is there is a subsect of the homeschool community that has some alt-right education standards. That doesn't mean that all homeschool is bad.
Right, but think about the reason behind it, because they've lost trust in public education, because they feel like their kids are being indoctrinated in public schools because the fucking cowards on the right are afraid of goddamn books. Yeah. Period.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And I mean, and you know, you were talking about the college part and like going to college. My anecdotal experience is when you go into college, and if you're already open-minded, you're more likely to be open-minded. If you're already closed-minded, you're more likely to be closed-minded. Like what I found at university is that by the time you get to that point, you're going to either double down on your beliefs or you're going to grow. And quite often, the conservative friends that I met in my, freshman year of college stayed conservative, to the point that I am no longer friends with them because I cannot condone their behavior and the things that they're saying online. And they get really upset about it. And like, at that point, you're just, it's not a place where you're going to become a liberal, whatever. It's where you'll see it more, because those of us who are liberal and are more open-minded are more likely to find our homes and find our voices in those spaces, because it's an open space. It's an ideological space where there is openness and we're ready. It's kind of primed for it, but it doesn't default to you're going to become a raging leftist. Like, I mean, I've leveled up in my raging leftist, but that's not because I went to university. I was already primed to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think a way to summarize that, Victoria, is that education teaches you how to think. That's what it does. At the end of the day, it teaches you how to think. That should be something that everyone would want. And again, before I give Victoria a last chance to pitch, but the college that he attended, this alleged shooter in the case with Charlie Kirk, for 1 month is ranked one of the most conservative colleges in America. So the right is going to attempt to say he went to college, he was indoctrinated. Okay, if that's the argument we're going to use, he was indoctrinated into conservatism. So good luck with that. Would you like to pitch, my friend?
Hey guys, I'm Victoria Broderick. I'm running for Congress in Tennessee's District 4. I apologize. I am a little, I don't know if it's allergies or the coronavirus, but either way, we're going to figure it out. I'm pretty sure it's allergies because I spent all day outside yesterday with the zoo and walking my kids to the park. Anyway, I'm running for Congress in Tennessee's District 4. As you guys know, Tennessee has now been requesting that the National Guard show up in Memphis. And while Memphis is not in my district, we need to support Tennessee, because one thing that Tennessee has that Chicago doesn't is we have a Republican supermajority. Not only do we have a governor that is a Republican, we have a Republican assembly, a Republican Senate, and even at a federal level, most of our representatives are Republican, and that is unacceptable. We do not need the National Guard here in Tennessee. We need to make sure that we are protecting democracy, protecting the states' rights, and making sure that we are helping the people in Tennessee. So if any of that sounds good today, donate to the place in my bio, do all the things, don't get in a vice, Steve.
Whatever. I love you, friend. See you later. Bye.
Love you, bye.
Shit. Just the observation of some of the comments today, right? We have this amazing, and I'll say it again, I'm so grateful, we have the smartest chat on TikTok. We had this conversation earlier with Emmy and with Nicholas, and we just break down Groyper and subreddits and the dark spaces and the dark web and the gamer community and the influence and the power and the messaging in that area, literally indoctrinating kids to be far-right extremists. Not indoctrinating them to be left-leaning liberals who support healthcare, water, shelter, and food. Not that. Yes, Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog Gilbert. Empathy towards those individuals who are just in their home, living their life, were taken out by a far extreme right-winger. The right is in a position now in America where they are under threat from their own, within the MAGA community, and then from the far-right extremists who are even further right of them, and people who just care about healthcare, human rights, civil society. It is not two sides. It is one side. Overwhelming majority of political violence comes from the right. Hateful rhetoric perpetuated by the president of the United States saying, I don't care about bringing the country together. I don't care. That's where we are. Tomorrow morning, we'll do a little special segment around 9 o'clock. We have a friend of our show who is involved in a big push for a program that's connected with Indivisible in Michigan, doing really, really good things. Want to expand the network. Want to give Jess a representation tomorrow to be able to talk about that and how maybe it might be something you might be interested in doing in your state as well. That'll be tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We'll be back here tomorrow at 8. Thanks for coming back and joining us today. I appreciate you guys. We're going to rate our friend Danny, D-A-N-I. We love Danny, another fighter who's out there calling truth to power. We really, really need more voices, and I love Danny. She's very supportive of the show, so the least we can do is go over there and tell her we said hi. Thank you, friends. Appreciate you guys. If you haven't yet subscribed to YouTube, please consider doing so, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Mods, thank you guys.